What's going on, everybody? This is Proxima What Ifs. Buckle up, because today we're reading What If Harry Was a Basilisk, Animagus, and Paralyzed Every Death Eater with a Single Look. Smash that like button if you're excited. Subscribe for more stories like this. Let's go. Chapter 1, The Serpent Beneath the Skin. Chapter 1, The Serpent Beneath the Skin. The first time it happened, Harry thought he was dying. Which, honestly, fair assumption. Because when you're 15 years old, lying on the thin, lumpy mattress in the smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive, and your eyes suddenly feel like someone's poured liquid fire directly into your skull through your tear ducts, yeah, dying, is a pretty reasonable first guess. It was 3 weeks into summer holiday. 3 weeks of Dursley-flavored torture, Aunt Petunia's disapproving sniffs every time he existed in her general vicinity, Uncle Vernon's face turning increasingly creative shades of purple whenever Harry dared to breathe too loudly, and Dudley, well, Dudley had actually been weirdly quiet since the Dementor incident, which was its own special flavor of unsettling. But the point was this: Harry was lying in bed at 2 in the morning, staring at the ceiling, doing his nightly ritual of replaying the graveyard in his head like some kind of traumatic greatest hits album, Cedric's body hitting the ground, Voldemort's red eyes, the ghosts of his parents sliding out of twin wands, when the burning started. Not in his scar. That would have been almost normal at this point. Almost comfortable in its familiarity. No, this was in his eyes. Both of them. Simultaneously. Like someone had replaced his eyeballs with 2 glowing coals and then, just for fun, set those coals on fire too. Harry bolted upright, hands flying to his face, and the sound that came out of his mouth was somewhere between a gasp and a strangled scream. His glasses clattered off his nose and hit the floor. He pressed the heels of his palms against his closed eyelids and saw stars, except the stars were green, pulsing and writhing behind his eyelids like living things, like snakes made of light coiling around each other in some impossible pattern. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. 15 tops. Then it was gone. Just, poof. Like it had never happened. Harry sat there in the dark, breathing hard, heart hammering against his ribs like it was trying to escape his chest and make a run for it. His hands were shaking. He could feel sweat cooling on his forehead, on the back of his neck, soaking into the collar of Dudley's old t-shirt that hung off him like a tent. "What the hell?" he whispered. No answer. Obviously. Hedwig was out hunting, the Dursleys were asleep, and the universe had never been particularly interested in explaining itself to Harry Potter. He fumbled for his glasses, shoved them back on, and stumbled to the tiny mirror hanging crookedly on the back of his door, the one with the crack running through the upper left corner that Uncle Vernon had never bothered to replace. His reflection stared back at him. Same messy black hair. Same too thin face. Same lightning bolt scar. Same green eyes. Regular, normal, boring green eyes. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding, pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the mirror, and told himself it was nothing. Stress. Sleep deprivation. Post-traumatic watching a classmate die and dueling the darkest wizard in a century brain weirdness. He went back to bed. He did not sleep. The second time it happened was 4 days later, and it was worse. Harry was in the back garden, if you could call Aunt Petunia's obsessively manicured rectangle of lawn and rose bushes a garden, pulling weeds. Because apparently, even in a world where dark wizards were rising and magical wars were brewing, someone still needed to pull the dandelions out from between Petunia Dursley's prize-winning begonias. It was hot. The kind of suffocating, airless English heat that felt wrong somehow, like the sky itself was pressing down on you. Harry's knees were sore, his back ached, and there was dirt under every single fingernail. Sweat dripped off his nose and darkened the soil below him in little spots. He was reaching for a stubborn weed near the garden wall when he heard it. A rustling. Tiny. Quick. A rat. It was a fat brown thing, poking its head out from a gap in the brickwork, whiskers twitching, beady black eyes fixed on Harry with that particular brand of rodent suspicion. Just a regular garden rat. Nothing magical about it. Nothing special. But Harry's brain, his stupid, traumatized, wormtail-remembering brain, didn't see a regular garden rat. For one white-hot second, he saw Peter Pettigrew's watery eyes and twitching nose. He saw the silver hand. He saw the knife cutting into his arm, his blood dripping into a cauldron, and Voldemort rising from the steam like a nightmare made flesh. Something surged inside him. Not anger, exactly. Not magic, exactly. Something deeper than both. Something that lived in the basement of his soul, in a room he didn't know existed, and it rushed upward through his chest, up his throat, and into his eyes like a wave of cold, ancient power. His vision went sharp. Impossibly sharp. Like someone had cleaned a window he didn't know was dirty. He could see every individual hair on the rat's body, every dust mote in the air between them, every grain of mortar in the brickwork. The world went hyper-detailed and slightly golden at the edges, like looking through honey. The rat looked at him. He looked at the rat. And the rat dropped dead. Just like that. Mid-twitch. Its little body went rigid, toppled sideways, and lay still on the warm brick. No sound. No wound. No flash of light. 1 second it was alive and the next it simply wasn't. Harry stared at it. The golden sharpness bled out of his vision. The world went back to normal, slightly blurry without his glasses, which had slid down his sweaty nose. The strange cold power drained out of him like water out of a tub, leaving him feeling hollow and shaky and very, very cold despite the heat. He looked down at his hands. They were trembling. Dirt-caked fingers shaking against the warm earth. "No," he said quietly. "No, no, no, no." He scrambled forward on his hands and knees and picked up the rat. It was still warm. Its eyes were open, glassy and fixed, that particular emptiness that only death could produce. He'd seen it in Cedric's eyes. He'd never forget what it looked like. He dropped the rat like it had burned him. Harry sat back on his heels in Aunt Petunia's garden, surrounded by begonias and pulled weeds and the tiny corpse of a common brown rat, and he felt something he hadn't felt since the night he'd watched Cedric die, pure, bone-deep, terror. Not of Voldemort. Not of Death Eaters or Dementors or any of the 100 things that wanted to kill him. Of himself. He didn't tell anyone. Looking back on it later, much later, when he had the luxury of hindsight and the distance to analyze his own decisions without the fog of panic, Harry would recognize this as a pattern. Something awful happens to Harry Potter. Harry Potter processes it alone in a dark room. Harry Potter tells no one. Harry Potter makes everything harder for himself. Classic Harry. 10 out of 10. No notes. But in the moment. In those terrible, sweat-soaked July nights where he lay awake cataloging every weird thing that had happened to him since the Chamber of Secrets 3 years ago. Telling someone felt impossible. Because what was he supposed to say? "Dear Ron, hope your summer's going well. By the way, I think I killed a rat with my eyes. Not with a wand. With my actual eyes. Like some kind of freak. More of a freak than usual, I mean. Say hi to your mum for me. Dear Hermione, I have a research question. Is it possible for a wizard to develop the ability to kill things by looking at them? Asking for a friend. The friend is me. Please don't tell anyone. Dear Dumbledore, you know how you left me at the Dursleys again despite literally everything? Well, great news, I might be turning into some kind of monster. Thought you should know. Or not. You probably already know and just didn't tell me, because that's kind of our whole dynamic. Yeah. No. So Harry did what Harry did best, he shoved it down, locked it away, and tried to pretend it wasn't happening. This strategy lasted approximately 6 days. The 3rd episode was the one that broke him. Not because it was more dramatic or more frightening than the rat, though it was both of those things, but because it happened in front of a mirror, and Harry saw himself. He'd just gotten out of the shower. The Dursleys were out, some neighborhood barbecue that Dudley had been dragged to against his will, which meant the house was blissfully empty for a few hours. Harry had taken the opportunity to have an actual hot shower for once, standing under the spray until his skin went pink and the bathroom filled with steam. He wiped the mirror with his towel, still damp, hair plastered to his forehead over his scar. And he looked at his own reflection just as another wave of that cold, ancient power rolled up through his chest. His eyes changed. He watched it happen. In the foggy mirror, in the humid little bathroom, he watched his own green irises shift. The pupils contracted and then elongated, not into circles, not into pinpoints, but into vertical slits. Like a cat's. Like a snake's. The green of his irises intensified, darkened, took on a golden undertone that made them look less like the killing curse and more like the eyes of the basilisk. The one in the chamber. The one he'd stabbed through the roof of its mouth with Gryffindor's sword while its fang punched through his arm and pumped him full of venom that should have killed him. Did kill him, for a few seconds, before Fawkes cried all over his arm and dragged him back. Harry gripped the edges of the sink and stared at his reflection. The slit-pupiled, golden-green eyes stared back. The mirror, Aunt Petunia's nice bathroom mirror, the one she cleaned twice a week, developed a crack. A thin, spidery line running from the center outward, like something had struck it from the inside. Then the power receded. His pupils rounded. The gold bled out, leaving regular green. The mirror stayed cracked. Harry stood there for a very long time. Then he got dressed, went to his room, sat on his bed, and made a decision. He was going to figure out what the hell was happening to him. And he was going to do it before he accidentally killed something bigger than a rat. The Order of the Phoenix collected him from Privet Drive on a Thursday. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, not the Death Eater in a skin suit, led the advance guard. Tonks was there, tripping over the umbrella stand and turning her hair bubblegum pink to make him smile. Lupin looked tired and thin and kind, and the sight of him made something in Harry's chest hurt in a way that had nothing to do with mystical eye powers. They flew to London on broomsticks. Harry followed them through cold night air, the wind blasting his face, his firebolt humming beneath him, and for a few perfect minutes he felt like himself again. Just Harry. Just a kid on a broom. Not whatever he was becoming. Grimmauld Place was exactly as grim as its name suggested. Number 12 materialized between numbers 11 and 13 like a bad memory forcing its way to the surface, all dark brick and iron railings and a general aura of abandoned hope, all ye who enter here. Inside was worse. Dark hallways. Cursed artifacts. A screaming portrait of Sirius's mum that went off like a car alarm every time someone breathed too loudly near it. The whole house felt like it was watching you, and honestly, it probably was. The Black family had been many things over the centuries, and normal was not one of them. But Sirius was there. And when Harry walked through the door and saw his godfather standing in the hallway, thinner than he should be, paler, with shadows under his eyes and too much gray in his hair, but alive and free and smiling, something inside him unclenched for the first time all summer. "There he is," Sirius said, and pulled Harry into a hug that was too tight and too long and absolutely perfect. Harry buried his face in Sirius's shoulder and thought, should tell him. I should tell him right now. Just open my mouth and say it. Sirius, something's wrong with me. My eyes do things. I killed a rat by looking at it. I think the basilisk changed me. He didn't say any of it. He just hugged Sirius back and said, "Hey," in a voice that cracked embarrassingly on the single syllable, and Sirius pretended not to notice, and they went inside. Grimmauld Place had a library. Of course it had a library. The Black family had been collecting dark magic texts for centuries the way normal families collected holiday photos or ugly Christmas sweaters. Floor-to-ceiling shelves stuffed with books that hummed with barely contained malevolence, leather spines embossed with titles that would have made Hermione's hair curl even tighter than it already did. Most Patendi potions was on the tame end. The restricted section at Hogwarts had nothing on the Blacks. There were books here about blood magic, soul magic, transformation magic so dark it made Animagus transformation look like a party trick. There were books bound in materials Harry didn't want to think about too hard, books that whispered when you walked past them, and at least one book that tried to bite Creature when the house elf was dusting. Harry started going through them 2 days after he arrived. He waited until late at night, after the order meetings he wasn't allowed to attend, and wasn't that just fantastic, being shut out of information about the war being fought over his literal dead body, after Ron and Hermione had gone to bed, after the house settled into its creaky, groaning, vaguely threatening nighttime silence. He'd cast a quiet Lumos, pad down to the library in his socks, and start reading. He didn't know exactly what he was looking for. That was the problem. If this were a normal magical issue, a curse, a hex, a potion gone wrong, he could have asked Hermione and she'd have had 5 relevant texts and a color-coded reading schedule within the hour. But this wasn't normal. This was him, his body, his eyes, and he didn't have a category for it. So he started broad. An encyclopedia of serpentine magics was his first real find. Heavy leather binding, pages yellow to the color of old tea, written in a cramped, spidery hand by someone named Vindictus Viridian. It covered everything from basic snake charming to Parseltongue theory to the magical properties of various serpent species. The chapter on basilisks made Harry's blood run cold. Not because of what it said about the creatures themselves, he already knew most of that. Hatched from a chicken egg beneath a toad, lethal gaze, petrifying reflection, vulnerable to the crow of a rooster. Standard second year at Hogwarts stuff. Been there, done that, got the fong-shaped scar on his forearm. No, what stopped him dead was a passage near the end of the chapter, wedged between a diagram of a basilisk skull and a recipe for anti-petrification potion. It is a matter of historical record that no wizard has survived the direct gaze of a basilisk. Those who have survived encounters with the creature did so through reflection or indirect sight. However, ancient texts from the Ptolemaic period suggest that direct exposure to basilisk venom, if survived through extraordinary magical intervention, may result in a partial merging of the wizard's magical core with the essence of the serpent. The extent and nature of such a merging is purely theoretical, as no documented case of survival exists. Harry read that paragraph 7 times. Partial merging of the wizard's magical core with the essence of the serpent. He thought about the fong punching through his arm. The venom burning through his veins like acid. The way the world had gone dark and cold and distant before Fawkes's tears pulled him back. He thought about the rat. Oh, Harry whispered in the dark library, surrounded by books that were older than most countries. Oh no. He kept digging. Night after night, while the rest of the house slept, Harry burrowed deeper into the Black family library like a man possessed, which, given the company he was keeping and the house he was in, wasn't entirely metaphorical. He found references scattered across a dozen texts. Most were fragments, a sentence here, a paragraph there, the kind of scraps that survived when the original sources had been lost or destroyed centuries ago. But slowly, painfully, like assembling a puzzle in the dark with half the pieces missing, a picture began to form. The ancient Egyptians had known about it. Or at least, they'd theorized about it. There were references to serpent-touched wizards in papyrus scrolls that predated Hogwarts by millennia, magic users who had survived encounters with magical serpents and come away, changed. Enhanced senses. Parseltongue ability. And in the rarest, most extreme cases, the ability to transform. Not Animagus transformation. Something older. Something that didn't require the careful, months-long process of holding a mandrake leaf under your tongue and mating on your inner animal. Something that happened to you whether you wanted it or not, like a seed that had been planted in your magical core and was now, years later, finally starting to grow. Involuntary theriomorphic resonance, one text called it. Harry called it, the worst thing that had ever happened to him, which was saying something, because the competition was fierce. The crucial text, the one that finally made everything click, was buried in a book called Transformations Most Foul and Unnatural, written by a 16th-century wizard named Cornelius Sangre who had, based on his author biography, been executed by the Spanish Inquisition for crimes against the natural order. Light reading. Sangre had compiled legends and accounts of wizards who had been fundamentally altered by exposure to magical creatures. Werewolves were the most common example, everyone knew about those. But Sangre described rarer cases. A witch in ancient Greece who'd been bitten by a phoenix and afterward could cry healing tears. A shaman in West Africa who'd survived a Nunda's breath and gained the ability to exhale pestilence. And a wizard in Ptolemaic Egypt who had been bitten by a basilisk, healed by magical intervention, and gradually developed the ability to take the creature's form. The wizard, whose name is recorded only as a pepka, reportedly mastered the transformation over a period of several years. Unlike the Animagus transformation, which is a conscious magical achievement, a pepka's shifting was described as an emergence, as though the serpent form had always existed within him and was simply rising to the surface over time. He was said to possess all the abilities of the basilisk in his transformed state, including the lethal gaze, though later accounts suggest he learned to modulate this power to varying degrees of intensity. Harry sat back in his chair. He learned to modulate this power to varying degrees of intensity. Not just killing. The gaze could be controlled. Turned down. Adjusted. For the first time since the dead rat in Aunt Petunia's garden, Harry felt something other than fear. He felt hope. "You look terrible," Ron said cheerfully at breakfast the next morning, shoveling scrambled eggs onto his plate with the enthusiasm of someone who had never once in his life worried about his eyes spontaneously turning into weapons of mass destruction. "Thanks, mate," Harry muttered, wrapping his hands around a mug of tea and trying to will caffeine into his bloodstream through osmosis. "Seriously, Harry." Hermione's voice had that particular tone, the one that meant she was 2 seconds from launching into full concern mode, complete with furrowed brow and a reading list of relevant medical texts. "Have you been sleeping? You've got dark circles that could rival Professor Lupin's." "Sleeping fine," Harry lied, because lying about his well-being was basically a sport at this point. He was varsity level. Just weird dreams. This, at least, wasn't entirely false. He was having weird dreams. Dreams of slithering through dark spaces, of tasting the air with a tongue that wasn't his, of seeing the world in heat signatures and vibrations. Dreams where he was enormous and ancient and powerful, and everything that looked at him died. He always woke up from those dreams with his eyes burning. "The connection with you-know-who?" Ron asked, lowering his voice, glancing around the kitchen as though Voldemort might be hiding behind Mrs. Weasley's collection of novelty teapots. "Yeah," Harry said. "Probably." Another lie. But it was a convenient one. Everyone expected Harry to be haunted by his Voldemort connection. It was practically in his job description at this point. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, and also has really bad dreams because a Dark Lord lives in his head rent-free. Nobody would question nightmare-related sleep deprivation. Nobody would dig deeper. Nobody except Hermione, who was watching him with those sharp brown eyes that saw way too much, but who, for once, let it go. Small mercies. He practiced that night. Not in the library. He'd graduated from research to experimentation, and for that, he needed privacy that even the dead of night in a sleeping house couldn't guarantee. One wrong move, one accidental burst of power, and he could hurt someone. The thought made his stomach clench so hard he nearly threw up. He found his laboratory in the most unlikely place, the attic. Grimmauld Place's attic was a dusty, cobwebbed nightmare of abandoned furniture and old trunks, accessible only through a ceiling hatch on the top landing that nobody bothered with because the house had enough rooms already and also because Creature had apparently been using it to store old copies of the Daily Prophet dating back to 1947. Harry cleared a space, cast silencing charms on every wall, thanked God for defensive magic practice, and sat cross-legged on the dusty floor with his eyes closed. "Okay," he thought. "Let's figure this out." The power was there. He could feel it now that he knew what he was looking for, a cold, coiled presence deep in his core, nestled right alongside his regular magic like a snake curled around the base of a tree. It pulsed with its own rhythm, slow and patient and ancient, and it was bigger than it had been. He was sure of it. Like a seed that had finally cracked its shell and was putting out roots. Growing. Every day, a little more. That's encouraging, Harry thought with the kind of brittle, dark humor that came from years of having the universe use him as its personal punching bag. He focused on the power. Reached for it mentally, the way he reached for his wand magic when casting. It responded immediately, surged up through him with an eagerness that was almost hungry, flooding his senses, sharpening the world. Harry opened his eyes. The dusty attic was crystal clear despite the darkness. He could see every mote of dust hanging in the air, every grain of wood in the ancient floorboards, every thread in the cobweb stretching between the rafters. The world had taken on that golden-edged quality again, and he could feel his pupils shifting, elongating, becoming something other than human. His skin tingled. Not painfully, more like static electricity, pins and needles, but everywhere at once. He looked down at his hand and watched, fascinated and horrified in equal measure, as fine scales rippled across the back of it. Dark, iridescent, catching the dim light and throwing back greens and blacks and deep, deep purples. They were beautiful, in the same way a venomous snake was beautiful, a beauty that was inseparable from danger. The scales spread up his forearm, disappeared under his sleeve. He could feel them on his chest, his neck, creeping up toward his jaw. His skin was tightening, hardening, becoming armor. And it felt good. That was the terrifying part. Not the transformation itself, he'd been bracing for that, had read about it, had prepared himself mentally as much as anyone could prepare for spontaneously growing snake scales. No, the terrifying part was how right it felt. Like putting on a glove that fit perfectly. Like coming home. The serpent power inside him practically purred. Harry held the partial transformation for about 30 seconds before panic overrode everything else and he mentally slammed the door on the power, shoving it back down into the depths of his core with desperate force. The scales receded. His vision blurred back to normal. His pupils rounded. He sat in the dark attic, breathing hard, his heart trying to batter its way out of his chest. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay. That happened. That's a thing that happened." He pressed his hands flat against the dusty floor to stop them from shaking. "You're fine," he told himself. "You're fine. You're going to figure this out and you're going to be fine." The empty attic didn't argue with him, which he appreciated. He went back the next night. And the night after that. And the night after that. Progress was slow, messy, and occasionally terrifying. The first week was all about the eyes. If the gaze was the most dangerous part, and it was, it absolutely, unquestionably was, then that was what he needed to control first. Everything else was secondary. He started with insects. Creature's attic newspaper collection had attracted a healthy population of spiders, and while Harry felt genuinely bad about using them as test subjects, Aragog's extended family, they were small, plentiful, and unlikely to be missed. He'd focus on a spider. Let the power rise. Let his eyes shift. The first few attempts killed everything he looked at. Spiders just stopped. Curled up. Dead. Every single time. Full power, no control, like a fire hose with no valve. But Harry was nothing if not stubborn. Years of surviving things that should have killed him had given him a particular talent for throwing himself at impossible problems until they broke before he did. And slowly, over the course of a week of nightly sessions that left him exhausted and drained and reeking of dusty attic, he started to get a handle on it. The key, he discovered, was visualization. The power wanted to surge. It wanted to flood out at maximum intensity, the way water wanted to flow downhill. That was its natural state, full force, lethal, a predator's weapon honed by millions of years of magical evolution. Basilisks didn't have a stun setting. They had death and off. But Harry wasn't a basilisk. He was a wizard with a basilisk's power grafted onto his magical core, and that meant he had something the actual creature didn't: conscious intent. Willpower. The ability to stand between the power and its target and say no, not like that. He learned to visualize a lens. A filter between the power and his eyes. He'd let the transformation surge up, feel the cold rush, the sharpening of vision, the shift in his pupils, and then he'd imagine a barrier, like tinted glass, absorbing some of the power before it left his gaze. Less power through the lens, less lethal effect. The night he paralyzed his first spider instead of killing it, Harry almost cried with relief. The spider froze. Completely rigid, every leg locked in place, but alive. He could see its body twitching faintly, not dead, just stopped. Like someone had hit pause on a remote control. The paralysis wore off after about 2 minutes. The spider uncurled, looked around in confusion. Could spiders look confused? This one definitely looked confused, and scurried away into a crack in the wall. Harry sat back, exhausted, and grinned at the empty attic. "Got you," he whispered. By the end of July, he could do it reliably. Paralysis on demand, just a flicker of power through the lens, focused through his shifted eyes, and anything he looked at went rigid. He tested it on spiders, on beetles, on a mouse he caught in a humane trap and released afterward. It scurried away perfectly healthy, if slightly traumatized. He also discovered, through careful experimentation, that there was a spectrum. Full power, death. The unfiltered killing gaze. He'd only used it once intentionally, on a spider, just to confirm, and the wave of nausea afterward told him everything he needed to know about how often he wanted to deploy that option. Which was never, if he had any say in it. Heavy filter, paralysis. Full body lock, lasting anywhere from 2 to 10 minutes depending on the size of the target and how much power he pushed through. This was his sweet spot. This was useful. Light filter, fear. This one he discovered by accident. He'd been practicing on a particularly bold rat, not the dead one from Privet Drive, a new one, alive and well and very interested in his shoelaces, and had dialed the power way down, barely a trickle through the lens. The rat hadn't frozen. Instead, it had looked at him, made a sound he didn't know rats could make, a high, thin squeal of pure animal terror, and bolted. Ran so fast it hit the wall, bounced off, and kept running. Primal fear. Not magic, exactly. More like, a biological imperative. Every survival instinct in the rat's tiny brain had fired simultaneously, screaming predator, predator, run, run, run. Harry filed that one away. Could be useful. Probably less useful than paralysis in an actual fight, but the psychological implications were interesting. And then there was the transformation itself. He'd been working on extending the partial shifts. Scales he could do reliably, arms, chest, neck, face. They hardened his skin to the point where he'd accidentally tested it by dropping a heavy book on his scaled forearm and feeling nothing more than a dull thud. Armor. Natural, organic armor that was part of his body. His senses sharpened dramatically in the partial shift. Hearing became precise. Smell became almost overwhelming. He could taste the air, catching chemical signatures the way a snake did with its tongue. And his vision went from legally needs glasses to can count the legs on a spider from across the room in the dark. But the full transformation, the complete shift from human to basilisk, that was something else entirely. He attempted it 3 times during his nights in the attic. 3 times, he pushed the power as far as it would go, let the scales spread across every inch of his body, felt his skeleton beginning to reshape, his legs starting to fuse, his torso elongating, and 3 times, he pulled back. Not because it hurt. It didn't hurt at all, and that was somehow worse. It felt natural. Easy. Like the form was right there, waiting for him, and all he had to do was let go. That's what scared him. The letting go. Because what if he let go and couldn't come back? What if he shifted all the way and got stuck? What if the basilisk consumed the Harry and there was nothing left but a 40-foot magical snake in the attic of number 12 Grimmauld Place? So he held back. Practiced the partial shifts. Refined his control over the gaze. And told himself that the full transformation could wait. It couldn't wait forever. He knew that. The power was still growing, still unfolding, and eventually it would demand to be fully expressed. But for now, for right now, partial was enough. Partial was safe. Safe. Yeah, right. Because there was nothing safer than a 15-year-old boy who could kill things with his eyes, growing scales in a dark attic while the rest of the house slept. Totally normal. Completely fine. The thing about keeping a massive, terrifying secret while living in a house full of paranoid magical adults and your two best friends was this: it was exhausting. Harry was used to secrets. He'd been keeping them since he was 11 years old, and a half-giant showed up on a rock in the middle of the sea and told him he was a wizard. He'd kept the Philosopher's Stone secret, kept the Chamber of Secret secret, well, tried to, kept Sirius's innocent secret. He was practically a professional at this point. But this was different. This secret wasn't about something external, a hidden object, a wrongly accused godfather, a tournament he didn't enter. This secret was about him. About what he was. About the thing coiling in his chest that grew a little stronger every day, the golden shift in his eyes that he had to consciously suppress every time he got angry or startled or scared. Living with Ron was the hardest part. They shared a room at Grimmauld Place, the same one they'd been shoved into since Harry arrived, and Ron was, despite his general obliviousness about emotional matters, actually pretty observant when it came to Harry. "You're doing it again," Ron said one evening, tossing a chocolate frog card onto his bed and looking at Harry with an expression that was trying very hard to be casual and not quite managing it. "Doing what?" "That thing. Where you stare at nothing and your face goes all weird." Harry blinked. "My face goes weird?" "Like, tense. Concentrated. Like you're trying to do wandless magic or having a really intense conversation with someone who isn't there." Ron paused. "You're not having conversations with someone who isn't there, are you?" "Because with the whole you-know-who in your head thing, I feel like I should ask." "I'm not having conversations with Voldemort in my head, Ron." "Cool. Great. Just checking." Ron threw himself back on his bed, arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling. "So what is it, then?" "Nothing. Just thinking." "About?" "About the fact that I'm slowly turning into a basilisk and I don't know how to stop it, and I'm not sure I want to stop it, and that terrifies me more than anything Voldemort has ever done." "Quidditch," Harry said. Ron's face lit up. "Oh, mate, did you hear?" The cannon signed, and just like that, the moment passed. Crisis averted. Secret maintained. Harry hated himself a little bit for how easy it was getting. Hermione was harder to deflect. She cornered him in the library 3 days before they were scheduled to return to Hogwarts. He'd been careless, left a book out. Transformations Most Foul and Unnatural was sitting on the table where he'd been reading the night before, and Hermione, who treated unattended books the way a cat treated an unattended laser pointer, had found it. "Harry." He turned from the shelf he'd been pretending to browse and found Hermione standing in the doorway, holding the book, with an expression that was equal parts curiosity and concern. "This is seriously dark magic," she said, holding up the book. "Some of these transformations are classified as dark arts by every magical governing body in Europe. Why are you reading it?" Harry's brain kicked into emergency deflection mode. "Dumbledore's army," he said, which wasn't entirely a lie, because everything he was learning about himself could theoretically be used to fight Voldemort, and the DA was about fighting Voldemort, so technically, this isn't defensive magic, Harry. This is about involuntary magical creature transformations. Theriomorphic resonance." She set the book down and crossed her arms. "Is something happening to you?" For one wild, desperate second, Harry almost told her. The words were right there, piled up behind his teeth like a traffic jam, and all he had to do was open his mouth and let them out. Yes, Hermione, something is happening to me. Something has been happening to me since I was 12 years old and a 1,000-year-old snake bit me and I should have died but I didn't and now I'm turning into the thing that almost killed me and I'm scared. I'm so scared. But then he thought about the look on her face when she'd been petrified. Lying in that hospital bed, rigid and frozen, eyes wide and glassy. Because of a basilisk. Because of what he was becoming. I'm doing research on Voldemort's snake, he said smoothly. Nagini. Trying to understand her abilities, see if there's a way to counter her if we face her again. Hermione studied him for a long moment. Long enough that Harry had to focus very hard on keeping his eyes normal, on keeping the power down, on being just Harry with glasses and not Harry with golden slits and scales. That's actually really smart, she said finally, and the surprise in her voice would have been insulting if Harry weren't so relieved. Do you want help? I could, I've got it, he said quickly. Thanks, though. Really? She didn't look entirely convinced, but she let it go. Hermione had gotten better at that over the years, recognizing when pushing Harry made him retreat further instead of opening up. It was a kindness, even if it came from a place of frustrated concern. Harry quietly moved his research materials to a better hiding place and resolved to be more careful. The Hogwarts Express was the same as it always was, scarlet and steaming and full of students who stared at Harry like he was a zoo exhibit. The boy who lived. The kid who'd watched Cedric Diggory die and claimed Voldemort was back while the Ministry called him a liar and the Daily Prophet painted him as an attention-seeking lunatic. Fun times. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny, and tried to feel normal. Neville was showing them a new plant, a Mimbulus Mimbletonia, round and grey and covered in boils that apparently squirted stink sap when poked. Ron was eating his way through a small mountain of pumpkin pasties. Hermione was reading. Ginny was laughing at something Neville said. Normal. Safe. Good. Then Draco Malfoy showed up. Because of course he did. Harry's life had a dramatic structure that a novelist would call on the nose, and Harry called deeply, personally unfair. Malfoy slid the compartment door open with the practiced sneer of someone who'd been rehearsing villainy in front of a mirror since childhood. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him like particularly stupid bookends. Well, Malfoy drawled, leaning against the doorframe. Potter. Managed to avoid getting yourself killed over the summer? Pity. Malfoy. Harry kept his voice flat. Bored. He'd dealt with bigger threats than this platinum blonde git, literally, recently, in his own body, and he didn't have the energy for their usual back and forth. But Malfoy was in fine form today. Maybe he'd gotten new material over the summer. Maybe Daddy Dearest had given him a pep talk about properly tormenting the enemy's children. Whatever the reason, he pushed harder. I heard the Ministry's planning to have you committed, Malfoy said, loud enough for the compartment across the way to hear. St. Mungo's, Potter. 4th floor. Long-term residence. Right next to Longbottom's parents. The compartment went very quiet. Harry felt Neville go rigid beside him. Felt Ron's hand move toward his wand. Felt Hermione's sharp intake of breath. And felt the serpent power surge. It happened so fast. 1 second he was mildly annoyed, the next the cold ancient rush was flooding through him, racing up his spine, pouring into his eyes. His vision snapped into that impossible clarity. The world went golden at the edges. He could feel his pupils trying to shift, to elongate, to become something that would make Draco Malfoy's smug, sneering face go very, very still. He clenched his jaw so hard his teeth creaked. Balled his fists under the table. Forced the power back down, inch by agonizing inch, like trying to push an ocean through a drain. No. Not here. Not now. Not over Draco Bloody Malfoy. Get out, Harry said, and his voice came out deeper than it should have, with a resonance that vibrated in the air like a plucked string. Not Parseltongue, not quite, but something adjacent. Something that carried weight. Malfoy blinked. For just a second, less than a second, a fraction of a heartbeat, something flickered across his face. Not fear, exactly. More like recognition. The animal brain, the ancient lizard brain that lived under all the human sophistication, picking up on something that the conscious mind couldn't articulate. Predator. Then the moment passed. Malfoy sneered, said something cutting about blood traders and mudbloods that Harry didn't bother processing, and left. The compartment was quiet for a moment. "You okay, mate?" Ron asked, studying Harry's face with more attention than usual. "Fine," Harry said. "Just tired of him." But under the table, his hands were shaking, and when he glanced down at them, he could see the faintest shimmer of dark scales fading from his knuckles. Hogwarts was simultaneously the best and worst place for someone trying to hide an emerging basilisk transformation. Best, because the castle was massive. Endless corridors, abandoned classrooms, hidden passages, there were places in Hogwarts that hadn't seen a human footprint in decades, maybe centuries. Privacy was available if you knew where to look, and Harry, thanks to the Marauder's map, knew where to look better than almost anyone. Worst, because Hogwarts was also full of people. Students everywhere, in every corridor, at every meal, in every class. Professors watching from the head table. Ghosts drifting through walls at inopportune moments. Portraits gossiping. Peeves causing chaos. And now, thanks to the Ministry's infinite wisdom, a toad-faced woman in pink who seemed to have made it her personal mission to make Harry's life as miserable as possible. Dolores Umbridge. Harry hated her on sight. Not in the way he hated Voldemort, that was existential, almost abstract, a hatred born from prophecy and murdered parents and a scar that connected him to the darkest wizard in history. No, Harry's hatred of Umbridge was personal. Visceral. The kind of hatred you could feel in your teeth. Her first defense against the dark arts class was a masterpiece of bureaucratic evil. No practical magic. No defensive spells. Just textbooks and theory and her simpering little cough, hem, and Harry's blood pressure climbing steadily toward the stratosphere. "There is nothing out there that wishes to harm you," Umbridge said, smiling her wide, flat smile that looked like it had been installed by someone who'd never seen a real one. Harry thought about Voldemort in the graveyard. About Cedric's empty eyes. About the power coiling in his chest like a loaded weapon. There is nothing out there, he thought, but there's something in here. He kept his mouth shut. For once. It cost him physically, he could feel his eyes burning, the power straining against the mental lens he'd built, but he kept it locked down. Until the detention. "I must not tell lies." The blood quill carved the words into the back of his hand, letter by letter, his own blood serving as ink. It hurt. It hurt in a specific, deliberate way that was designed not just to cause pain but to humiliate, to make him write his own punishment into his own flesh. Harry sat in Umbridge's office, surrounded by decorative plates with kittens on them, and the serpent power screamed. Not metaphorically. Inside him, the coiled presence at the core of his magic thrashed, furious, because this was an attack. This woman was hurting him, carving into his body, and every predatory instinct the basilisk power had woven into his magical DNA was howling for retaliation. His vision flickered. The room went golden. He could feel scales pressing against the inside of his skin, trying to emerge, trying to armor him against the pain. He held it back. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Harder than the graveyard. Harder than the chamber. Because in those moments, he'd been fighting for survival, reacting, running on adrenaline and luck. This required him to sit still, take the pain, and actively prevent his own body from responding. He wrote the lines. He bled. He kept his eyes on the paper and did not look at Umbridge, because if he looked at her right now, if he made eye contact with those bulging, gleeful eyes while the power was surging like this, he wasn't sure he could keep the lens in place. And Dolores Umbridge, whatever she was, didn't deserve to die. Probably. Definitely, Harry corrected himself firmly. She definitely doesn't deserve to die. You're a good person. You don't kill people with your eyes. Even horrible people who make you right in your own blood. He left the detention with his hand throbbing and his control intact and the quiet, uncomfortable knowledge that keeping this secret was going to be a lot harder than he'd thought. The Room of Requirement was a gift from whatever benevolent force occasionally decided Harry Potter's life shouldn't be entirely terrible. He'd used it for the DA, Dumbledore's army, the secret defense group that Hermione had convinced him to lead, which was either the bravest or the stupidest thing he'd ever agreed to, and honestly the line between those two was pretty blurry at this point. But after the DA meetings, when everyone else had gone back to their common rooms, Harry would stay. He'd pace the corridor 3 times, thinking, I need a place to train. A place where I can fully transform without being seen or hurting anyone. A place that's big enough for something very large. And the room would provide. Not the DA's training room, that was all practice dummies and cushioned floors. This was something different. Vast. Cavernous. The ceiling disappeared into darkness overhead, and the walls were rough stone, like the inside of a natural cave. The floor was packed earth, and the space was enormous, easily 100 meters across, maybe more. Big enough for something 40 feet long to move comfortably. Big enough for a basilisk. Harry stood in the center of the vast space, alone, and breathed. Okay, he thought. No more holding back. You've been doing this in pieces, eyes, scales, senses. It's time to do the whole thing. You've read every text you can find. You know the theory. You know the Ptolemaic wizard managed it. You can manage it. You have to manage it. Because this power is growing whether you manage it or not, and you need to be in control before it controls you. He closed his eyes. Reached for the power. Let it rise. It came eagerly. God, it always came so eagerly. Like it had been waiting for this, coiled and patient, and all it needed was permission. The cold rush flooded through him, and he stopped fighting it. Stopped filtering. Stopped holding back. The scales came first. Spreading across every inch of skin, head to toe, that beautiful, terrible iridescence, greens and blacks and purples that shifted in the light. His glasses fell off as his face changed shape, the bone structure shifting, elongating. He heard them clatter on the earth and didn't care because his vision was already sharper than any glasses could provide. His spine began to change. He felt the vertebrae multiplying, extending, his torso stretching. His legs tingled, then went numb, then fused together into something thick and powerful and muscular. His arms pulled inward, absorbed, reshaped. He dropped to the ground, no, not dropped. He didn't fall. His body simply, rearranged itself. Smoothly. Naturally. Like water finding a new channel. He was growing. Expanding. His perspective shifted as the floor got further away, and then closer, and then the concept of away and closer stopped meaning what it used to because he didn't have a human frame of reference anymore. He was long. So long. And thick, his body was as wide as a car now, muscled beneath scales that were hard as diamond. The transformation raced to completion with a sensation like a dam breaking. One moment Harry Potter was standing in the Room of Requirement, a thin, bespectacled teenager with messy hair and a lightning bolt scar. The next moment, there was a basilisk. 42 feet of magical serpent coiled on the packed earth floor, scales gleaming in the torchlight, a crest of darker ridges running along the spine. Massive. Ancient-looking. The same species as the one that had nearly killed him in the Chamber of Secrets 3 years ago, the same species, and somehow, impossibly, him. Harry opened his eyes. The world was different. Not just sharper, other. He was seeing in spectrums he didn't have names for. Heat bloomed in colorful auras against the cool stone walls. He could feel vibrations through the ground, his own massive body pressing against the earth, the distant footsteps of students in corridors far above, the deep, slow heartbeat of the castle itself. He could taste the air, and it was rich with information, stone and earth and magic and the lingering scent of dozens of DA members from the earlier meeting. And his eyes. His eyes. They blazed with power. He could feel it, the killing gaze, fully active, pouring out of him like heat from a furnace. If anything living had been in this room, anything that met those eyes, it would have died instantly. The thought sent a spike of very human terror through his very inhuman brain. The lens. Don't forget the lens. He focused. It was harder in this form, the basilisk instincts were strong, alien, overlapping with his human mind in ways that were disorienting. The serpent didn't think in words. It thought in hunger and territory and threat assessment. It thought in terms of prey and predator and the simple, binary calculus of survival. But Harry was still in there. Underneath the scales and the instincts and the ancient reptilian intelligence, Harry James Potter was still thinking, still reasoning, still choosing. He built the lens. Layer by layer, like he'd practiced. Not a thin filter, a heavy one. The heaviest he'd ever constructed. He poured his willpower into it, feeling the killing power hit the barrier and push. God, it pushed so hard, but the lens held. The gaze softened. From lethal to paralyzing. From paralyzing to terrifying. From terrifying to nothing. Harry blinked his enormous, slitted eyes and looked at the far wall of the room of requirement. The wall did not die. Did not crack. Did not do anything except be a wall. Control. A sound rumbled through the vast chamber, and it took Harry a moment to realize it was coming from him. A deep, resonant vibration, felt more than heard. The basilisk equivalent of a sigh of relief. He held the form for 10 minutes, slithering experimentally around the enormous room, getting used to the way this body moved, entirely different from walking, a full-body undulation that was surprisingly graceful once you got the hang of it. He flicked his tongue and tasted the air. He coiled and uncoiled. He raised his massive head to the ceiling and just existed. As this impossible thing that he was. Then he shifted back. The reverse transformation was smoother than he'd expected. The basilisk form didn't fight him, it receded willingly, almost gently, like it was saying, "See? That wasn't so bad. We can do this." Harry lay on the packed earth floor, human again, naked. His clothes had not survived the transformation, which was a logistical problem he was going to need to solve, gasping and trembling and laughing. He was laughing. Lying on the ground in the room of requirement, 15 years old, having just turned into a giant magical snake and back again, and he was laughing. Because it was ridiculous. His entire life was ridiculous. And if you couldn't laugh at the absurdity of it, what could you do? He conjured himself a set of robes, sloppy wand work, too big, but functional, and sat up. "Okay," he said to the empty room. "Okay. I can do this." The room of requirement, being a room, said nothing. But Harry could have sworn the torches flickered a little brighter. He settled into a routine. Classes during the day, DA meetings 3 evenings a week, basilisk training in the room of requirement every night after curfew. The training was methodical now, driven by the kind of obsessive focus that Hermione would have been proud of if she'd known what he was focusing on. Harry had objectives. He had a progression plan. He had a mental checklist that he worked through with the kind of discipline that surprised even himself. Step 1, master the full transformation and reversal. Get it smooth, fast, reliable. Be able to shift in seconds, not minutes. Step 2, refine the gaze control. Practice holding different levels of power through the lens. Be able to switch between lethal, paralyzing, and fear-inducing at will. Step 3, partial transformations. Eyes only. Eyes and scales. One arm into a scaled, armored limb while the rest stayed human. Practical combat applications. Step 4, figure out what the hell to do with this information. Step 4 was the one that kept him up at night. Because here's the thing, Harry had a weapon. A genuine, honest-to-Merlin weapon that was unlike anything in the magical world's arsenal. A single look that could paralyze a roomful of Death Eaters. A transformation into a creature that even Voldemort would think twice about facing. And he was hiding it. From everyone. From the Order. From Dumbledore. From his best friends. Partly because he didn't trust anyone to react well. Partly because he was still afraid, of himself, of the power, of what it might mean. And partly because he'd been burned before. Dumbledore had spent the entire summer ignoring him. The Order had kept him in the dark. The Ministry was running a smear campaign against him. Every adult in his life, with the possible exception of Sirius, had demonstrated, repeatedly, that they would either withhold information from him, manipulate him, or actively work against him. So why should he hand them his biggest secret on a silver platter? Trust is earned, Harry thought, training alone in the room of requirement at 2 a.m, watching a conjured rat unfreeze from his paralyzing gaze and scurry away unharmed. And nobody's been doing much earning lately. It was a lonely way to think. He knew that. But lonely and wrong weren't the same thing. The encounter with Daphne Greengrass happened in the library, because apparently every important plot development in Harry's life had to take place in or near a book. It was a Tuesday. Late October. Harry had gotten careless again, not with a book this time, but with himself. He'd been practicing a microtransformation at a back corner table, just his eyes, just for a second, testing how quickly he could shift and shift back. A stupid risk. But the library was nearly empty, and he'd been confident no one was watching. He was wrong. Your eyes just changed color. Harry's head snapped up. The words had been delivered in a quiet, measured tone, the kind of tone someone used when they were making a statement of fact, not asking a question. Calm. Controlled. And coming from directly across the table, where a girl he hadn't noticed sit down was watching him with pale blue eyes that missed absolutely nothing. Daphne Greengrass was not someone Harry had ever really thought about. She was Slytherin, which in his admittedly biased mental framework meant she existed in the general category of people who probably hated him, but she wasn't one of the loud ones. Not a Malfoy, sneering and posturing. Not a Parkinson, shrieking insults across the Great Hall. Daphne was, quiet. Present but peripheral. The kind of person who sat in the back of class and said nothing and somehow still pulled top marks. She had sharp features, high cheekbones, a straight nose, dark blonde hair pulled back in a simple clip. Pretty, in an angular, severe sort of way. But it was the eyes that got him. Pale blue, almost gray, and absolutely piercing. She looked at you like she was reading the fine print on your soul. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry said, which was the worst lie he'd ever told, and he'd told some truly terrible ones. Daphne didn't blink. Your eyes went from green to gold. With slit pupils. For approximately 3 seconds. She tilted her head slightly. That's not a standard magical ability, Potter. Harry's mouth went dry. The serpent power stirred, sensing threat, and he had to consciously push it back down. You're seeing things. I have perfect vision. Both magical and mundane. She paused. I also have better things to do than spy on you, so let me save us both time. You're hiding some kind of transformation ability. I don't know exactly what kind, but the eyes were distinctly serpentine, and given your history with the Chamber of Secrets, I have a fairly educated guess. Harry stared at her. His heart was hammering so hard he could hear it in his ears. This was it, his worst nightmare. Someone had seen. Someone knew. And not just anyone, a Slytherin. Whose father might be a Death Eater. Who could destroy him with a single whispered rumor. If you tell anyone, he started, and the threat in his voice was real enough that Daphne's eyes widened fractionally. "I'm not going to tell anyone." She said it simply. Factually. Like the idea hadn't even been worth considering. "I'm many things, Potter, but a snitch isn't one of them. Besides." She held up her right hand. For a moment, Harry didn't understand what he was supposed to be looking at. It was just a hand, pale, slender, well-manicured. Then he saw it. A faint tracery of lines on her skin, barely visible, like frost patterns on a window. They pulsed, just once, with a soft silver light, and then faded. "The greengrass blood curse," Daphne said, lowering her hand. "Hirari. Terminal, eventually. My magical core is unstable. It attacks my own body." She met his eyes steadily. "I know what it's like to carry something dangerous inside you that you didn't choose and can't remove. So I'm not going to judge you for yours." The silence between them stretched. Not uncomfortable, waited. The kind of silence that happens when two people realize they understand each other in a way they didn't expect. "Basilisk," Harry said quietly. "The venom. From second year. It changed something in me." Daphne's eyebrows rose. Just slightly. The most emotion he'd seen her display. "You were envenomated by a basilisk and survived?" Phoenix tears. "And now you're developing basilisk characteristics. Including the eyes." "Yeah." Another pause. Daphne tapped one finger on the table, a rhythmic, thinking gesture. "How much control do you have?" "Enough. Getting better." "Can you kill with it?" The question was blunt. Direct. No hedging, no euphemism. Harry appreciated that more than he could articulate. "Yes," he said. "But I don't. I can dial it down. Paralysis instead of death." Something shifted in Daphne's expression. Not relief, she hadn't looked afraid. More like reassessment. Like she was updating some internal evaluation and the new data was favorable. "That's impressive control for an involuntary theriomorphic transformation," she said. "Most documented cases of magical creature influence result in the wizard losing their identity to the creature's instincts." Harry blinked. "You've studied this?" "I study everything related to magical core abnormalities. For obvious reasons." She gestured to her cursed hand. "My condition requires me to understand my own magic at a level that most wizards never bother with. Side benefit, I've read extensively on related topics. And basilisk influence is a related topic. Involuntary magical transformation affecting the core is a related topic. Yours just happens to come with a significantly higher kill radius than most." The ghost of a smile crossed her face. "I won't pretend to be an expert on your specific situation. But I might be useful. I understand magical core dynamics better than anyone our age, and I know how to keep a secret." Harry studied her. The serpent senses, even suppressed, even in human form, gave him something. Not mind reading. More like emotional temperature. He could sense when people were afraid, when they were lying, when they were holding back. It was faint, unreliable, easily overridden by his own emotions and biases. But right now, from Daphne Greengrass, he got nothing but sincerity. And curiosity. And something else, something that felt like the same bitter, lonely understanding that lived in his own chest. Two people carrying monsters they didn't choose. "Why?" he asked. "Why would you help me? We've never even talked before." Daphne's gaze was steady. "Because I know what it's like to have everyone look at you and see something other than what you are. The Ice Queen of Slytherin." She said the title with a clinical detachment that didn't quite hide the edge beneath it. "That's what they call me, did you know? Because I don't play the political games. Because I keep my distance. Because my curse makes close relationships complicated." She paused. I've been isolated by something in my blood since I was 8 years old. You've been isolated by something in your blood since you were 12. She shrugged one shoulder. Elegant and dismissive. Maybe I'm tired of being isolated. It was the most honest thing anyone had said to Harry in months. No pity. No hero worship. No agenda beyond the simple, human desire to not be alone with something terrible. He made a decision. Can you meet me tonight? After curfew? I'll show you. For the first time, Daphne Greengrass looked genuinely surprised. You trust me that quickly? No, Harry said honestly. But I'm trusting my gut, and my gut's gotten me through worse than this. A real smile this time. Small, but real. It transformed her face, softened the sharp edges, made the pale eyes warm. Fair enough, Potter. Where and when? 7th floor corridor. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. 11 o'clock. I'll be there. She stood, gathered her books, and walked away without looking back. Harry watched her go and felt something he couldn't quite name settle in his chest. Not the serpent power. Something else. Something entirely human and infinitely more confusing. He didn't recognize it yet. He would. She showed up at exactly 11 o'clock because apparently Daphne Greengrass was the kind of person who was precisely on time to clandestine midnight meetings in abandoned corridors. She was wearing dark robes over what looked like practical training clothes, fitted trousers, a long-sleeved top, boots. Not what you'd wear to bed. What you'd wear if you expected to be doing something physical. Smart, Harry thought. She didn't know what she was walking into, so she prepared for anything. You came, he said, which was stupid. Obviously she came. She was standing right there. I said I would. She looked at the empty corridor. So. Secret room. Harry paced 3 times in front of the wall. I need a space large enough for a basilisk. A training ground. Safe. Private. The door appeared. Daphne's eyebrows did that subtle lifting thing again, surprised she wouldn't let fully reach her face. Room of requirement, Harry said. It becomes whatever you need. I've read about it. I thought it was a myth. Most true things start as myths. Harry opened the door. After you. The room had configured itself the same as before, vast, cavernous, torchlit, with enough space for something very large to move freely. Daphne stepped inside and her composure cracked, just for a moment, a widening of the eyes, a quick intake of breath as she took in the sheer scale of the space. This is rather bigger than I expected, she said, recovering quickly. Should I be concerned about why you need this much room? Probably, Harry said. Stand by the wall. Don't move. And whatever you do, don't make eye contact with me until I tell you it's safe. Daphne studied him for a moment. Then she moved to the wall, pressed her back against the stone, and looked at the ceiling. Whenever you're ready, Potter. Harry moved to the center of the room. Took a breath. Let it out. Okay. Showtime. He reached for the power and let go. The transformation was faster now. Weeks of practice had carved the neural pathways deep. Scales erupted across his skin in a wave. His body began to lengthen, to shift, bones reshaping with cracks and pops that sounded alarming but didn't hurt. His perspective changed as his human form melted away, replaced by something ancient and massive and powerful. 10 seconds. 15 at most. That's all it took. A 42-foot basilisk coiled in the room of requirement, scales gleaming like liquid shadow in the torchlight, and turned its massive head toward the girl standing against the wall. With the lens firmly in place. The killing gaze sealed behind layers of willpower. Just his normal vision, well, normal for a magical superpredator. You can look now, he said. Except it didn't come out as words. It came out as a long, sibilant hiss, Parseltongue, because of course a basilisk would speak Parseltongue, and Daphne wouldn't understand. I'm going to assume that hissing means it's safe, Daphne said, and looked at him. Her face went through about 17 emotions in 2 seconds. Harry watched them cycle past: shock, awe, fear, fascination, scientific interest, more awe, before she settled on something that looked remarkably like impressed. Merlin's bloody beard, Daphne Greengrass whispered. Which, coming from the Ice Queen of Slytherin, was practically a scream of excitement. She took a step forward. Then another. Her eyes were enormous, scanning him head to tail, and Harry could taste her emotional state on the air: adrenaline, curiosity, and underneath it, the steady drumbeat of a fear she was very deliberately choosing not to obey. She was afraid of him. Of course she was. He was a 40-foot death snake. But she didn't run. She walked toward him until she was close enough to touch, then stopped. Looked up at his massive head, which was angled down toward her, yellow-green eyes blazing behind the lens. "Can you understand me?" she asked. He dipped his head. A nod. "Can you control the gaze?" Another nod. "Can you shift back?" He could. And he should, because this was a lot to take in and she deserved to have a conversation with someone who could actually form words. He focused, pulled the transformation back, and the basilisk receded. Scales melted. Bones shifted. Harry stood in the room of requirement, human again, slightly wobbly, wearing the conjured robes he'd left by the wall. Daphne looked at him. Then at the space where the basilisk had been. Then back at him. "Well," she said. "That explains the eyes." And despite everything, despite the terror and the secrecy and the crushing weight of carrying this alone for months, Harry laughed. A real laugh. The kind that started in your belly and worked its way up. "Yeah," he said. "That explains the eyes." Daphne's mouth twitched. Then curved. Then she was laughing too, quiet, controlled, nothing like Harry's slightly unhinged cackle, but genuine. They stood in the vast room and laughed, and Harry felt the loneliness crack. After that, everything changed. Not dramatically. Not overnight. Harry Potter's life didn't do neat, clean narrative transitions. It did messy, complicated, gradual shifts that you only recognized in hindsight. But Daphne Greengrass became a fixture in his nights. Not like that, not yet, anyway, but in the way that mattered at this stage, she showed up. Every night that Harry trained in the room of requirement, Daphne was there. She brought books. She brought theories. She brought a mind like a surgical instrument, precise, analytical, and relentless in its pursuit of understanding. She started mapping his transformation. Literally. She'd conjured a detailed anatomical chart of a basilisk and was annotating it with observations from Harry's shifts, differences between his form and the historical creature, the mechanics of his gaze, the speed and efficiency of his transformation. "You're faster every time," she noted one night, quill scratching on parchment as Harry shifted back from a particularly smooth transformation. 7 seconds from initiation to full form tonight. Down from 15 when we started. "Feels like less," Harry said, catching his breath. The shifting was getting easier, but it still left him winded, like sprinting 100 meters in 7 seconds, which, to be fair, was kind of what his body was doing. That's because the neural pathways are consolidating. Your magical core is adapting. The human basilisk transition is becoming native. Like a second language you're gaining fluency in. She looked up from her notes. "It's remarkable, actually. The Ptolemaic accounts describe a Pepka taking years to reach this level of control." "Yeah, well," Harry said, pulling on his conjured robes. "I'm a fast learner when my life depends on it. Which it usually does." The ghost of a smile. "There is that." They settled into a pattern. Harry would train, transformations, gaze control, partial shifts, combat applications, and Daphne would observe, analyze, and advise. She was brilliant at it. Her understanding of magical core dynamics gave her insights that Harry would never have reached on his own. It was Daphne who figured out the gaze distance issue, that Harry's paralyzing look had an effective range of about 30 meters, after which it degraded to the fear effect and then to nothing. It was Daphne who suggested he practice maintaining the lens while under stress, having the room conjure startling noises, flashing lights, even minor hexes aimed at him while he tried to keep his gaze controlled. "You won't be fighting Death Eaters in a quiet room," she'd said, and she was right. And it was Daphne who, 3 weeks into their nightly sessions, sat down next to him on the packed earth floor after a particularly exhausting training run and said, "You can't do this alone, you know." Harry, who was lying flat on his back staring at the distant ceiling and trying to convince his muscles to stop trembling, said, "I'm not alone. You're here. I mean in the bigger picture. The war. The fight against Voldemort." She said the name without flinching, which Harry noted and appreciated. "You're building a weapon, Harry. A powerful one. But a weapon needs a strategy. Allies. Infrastructure." It was the first time she'd called him Harry. He noticed. "I have allies," he said. The DA doesn't know about this. Your friends don't know about this. Nobody in the Order knows about this. You've got a secret weapon and no one to coordinate it with." She wasn't wrong. Harry hated that she wasn't wrong. Dumbledore would probably want to know, he admitted, staring at the ceiling. He'd probably have useful information. He knew about the chamber, about the original Basilisk. He might know, Dumbledore would want to control it, Daphne said, and her voice had a sharpness that surprised him. He'd see a strategic asset and immediately start thinking about how to deploy it. Your agency would be secondary to his plans. Harry turned his head to look at her. She was sitting cross-legged, hands resting on her knees, those pale eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made the serpent's senses hum. "You don't trust Dumbledore," he said. "Not a question. I don't trust anyone who keeps information from the people who need it most." She held his gaze. "Sound familiar?" It did. "Painfully so. So what do you suggest?" "I suggest you start small. Tell the people you actually trust. The people who've earned it." "Like who?" She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she reached out and took his hand. Not romantically, practically, like a medic checking a pulse. She turned it over, examined the fading scars from Umbridge's blood quill. Harry hadn't shown those to anyone, but Daphne had noticed them the second night of their training sessions, and ran her thumb gently over the raised lines. "I must not tell lies. Start with someone who won't flinch," she said quietly. Harry looked at her hand holding his. The frost-pattern tracery of her curse was visible against her pale skin, pulsing faintly with silver light. His own hand bore scars, the blood quill, older scars from the Dursleys, the faded puncture wound on his forearm where the basilisk's fang had pierced him 3 years ago. 2 damaged hands. 2 people carrying things they didn't choose. "You didn't flinch," he said. Daphne looked up from his hand. Their eyes met. The serpent power stirred, not aggressively, not dangerously. Just, recognizing something. Reaching toward something. "No," she said softly. "I didn't." The moment hung between them like a held breath. Then Daphne released his hand, stood up, and brushed off her robes with businesslike efficiency. "It's nearly 2 in the morning. We should both sleep." "Daphne." She turned back. "Thank you," Harry said. "For all of this. For not flinching." Something warm crossed her face. "Brief but real. Get some sleep, Potter. You've got a lot of work to do." She left. Harry stayed on the floor for a while longer, staring at the ceiling, feeling the serpent power coil contentedly in his chest like a cat that had found a warm spot. Start with someone who won't flinch. He thought about Neville Longbottom. Clumsy, kind, stubborn Neville, who had stood up to 3 of his best friends in first year because he thought they were breaking rules. Who had pulled the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat. Who showed up to every DA meeting and worked harder than anyone. Neville, who had seen his parents tortured into insanity by Death Eaters and still, chose to be brave. If there was anyone in the world who wouldn't flinch, it was Neville. He told Neville on a Friday night. They were in the room of requirement, just the 2 of them, no DA, no Daphne. Harry had asked Neville to stay after the last meeting, and Neville had agreed with the easy trust that made Harry feel simultaneously grateful and guilty. "I need to show you something," Harry said. "And I need you to promise me 2 things first." Neville's round face was serious. "Okay. First, you don't tell anyone. Not Ron. Not Hermione. Not your grandmother. Not a soul. Okay. Second, you don't freak out." Neville paused. "That's a concerning second promise, Harry." "I know. But I need it." "All right. I promise." Harry took a breath. "Stand against the wall. Don't make eye contact with me until I say so." Neville moved to the wall without asking why. That was Neville, he trusted his friends, completely and without reservation. Harry shifted. Neville's reaction was different from Daphne's. Where she had gone through emotions analytically, processing and categorizing, Neville just stared. His mouth open. His eyes the size of dinner plates. For a full 30 seconds, he stood there, pressed against the wall of the room of requirement, looking at a 42-foot basilisk, and said nothing. Then he said, "Blimey, Harry." Harry shifted back. "So. That's you?" Neville pointed at the space where the basilisk had been, then at Harry, then at the space again. "You're a Basilisk Animagus." "Sort of. It's complicated. That's the biggest bloody understatement I've ever heard, and I once heard Gran say Voldemort was a bit rude." Harry snorted. He couldn't help it. "The chamber?" Neville asked. "The venom?" "Yeah." Neville was quiet for a moment. "Processing." Harry could see the gears turning behind his eyes, could practically hear him working through the implications. "Can you control it?" "Yes." "The gaze too?" "I can paralyze instead of kill." "That's..." Neville trailed off. Then his expression changed. A light came into his eyes, fierce and bright and determined. An expression Harry recognized from every DA meeting, every training session, every time Neville Longbottom decided to be brave. "Harry, that's incredible. Do you realize what this means?" "It means I'm part snake. It means you can fight them." Neville's voice was intense. "Death Eaters. You know whose people. The ones who," he stopped. "Swallowed. The ones who hurt my parents. You can look at them and they just stop." "Yeah," Harry said quietly. "They stop." Neville stared at him. Then he crossed the room in 3 quick strides and clapped Harry on the shoulder hard enough to stagger him. "Then what the hell are we waiting for?" And that, right there, was why Harry had told Neville first. Not because Neville was the smartest or the most powerful or the most strategically valuable. But because Neville Longbottom heard, "I can turn into a giant magical death snake," and his first thought wasn't fear or suspicion or political calculation. It was, when do we start using it to fight the bad guys? Ride or die. No hesitation. No flinching. Harry grinned. "We're waiting until I'm ready." "But yeah, Nevada. We're going to fight them." November bled into December. The days got shorter, the castle got colder, and Umbridge got worse. She'd been given sweeping new powers by the Ministry, educational decrees rolling out weekly, each one more restrictive than the last. The DA met in growing defiance, and Harry threw himself into teaching with renewed purpose. He couldn't tell them about the basilisk. Not yet. But he could make sure they were ready for what was coming. Because something was coming, he could feel it the way you could feel a storm building, a pressure in the air, a charge that made the hair on your arms stand up. Voldemort was getting bolder. The connection through Harry's scar flared more often, flashes of emotion, glimpses of dark rooms and kneeling figures. The Dark Lord was planning something. Something big. And Harry's nightmares were getting worse. But his training was getting better. By Christmas, he could shift in under 5 seconds. He could maintain a partial transformation, eyes and scales, indefinitely without strain. His gaze control was precise enough to paralyze a conjured rat from across the room of requirement while maintaining a conversation with Daphne about magical theory. He could even, and this had been a breakthrough that made him slightly dizzy with its implications, use the fear gaze in human form, without any visible transformation at all. Just a flicker of power through his natural green eyes, and anyone who met them would feel a deep, instinctive dread. "That's your most practical combat application in human form," Daphne had said when he demonstrated it. Subtle. Deniable. No one would know what hit them. She was right. And the tactical implications were staggering. But the moment that stuck with Harry most from those months wasn't a training breakthrough or a tactical revelation. It was smaller than that. Quieter. It was a night in early December, after a long training session, when he and Daphne were sitting side by side against the wall of the room of requirement, shoulders almost touching, sharing a smuggled bar of Honeyduke's chocolate. "Can I see them?" Daphne asked. "See what?" "Your eyes. The real ones. Not the full power version, just the way they look when you shift. I've been observing from a clinical distance. I'd like to see them close up." Harry hesitated. Then he turned to face her, let the power rise just enough, and felt his eyes shift. The slit pupils. The golden-green blaze. Daphne leaned in. Close enough that he could see the silver traces of her curse flickering on her temples. Close enough that he could count her eyelashes. She studied his eyes like they were the most fascinating text she'd ever read. No fear. No disgust. Just pure, focused attention. "They're beautiful," she said. Not in a romantic way. In the same tone she'd used to describe an elegant magical theorem or a perfectly brewed potion. Clinical. Appreciative. Honest. And Harry, who had spent months thinking of his eyes as weapons, as curses, as the most dangerous part of the most dangerous thing about him, Harry heard someone call them beautiful and felt something crack open in his chest. Not the serpent power. Something deeper. Something he'd been keeping locked away even more tightly than the basilisk. "Thanks," he said, his voice rough. Daphne's eyes softened. "Just slightly. Just enough." "You're welcome, Harry." They sat there in the torchlight, two people carrying dangerous secrets, and the space between them felt less like distance and more like possibility. Harry didn't kiss her that night. He wasn't ready, and neither was she, and some things needed to grow at their own pace. But he thought about it. And from the way Daphne's cheeks flushed as she looked away, he was pretty sure she'd thought about it too. The months passed. Winter turned toward spring. Umbridge's reign of terror escalated. The DA trained harder. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the kid who carried a serpent in his chest and killing power in his eyes, got ready for whatever was coming next. Because something was definitely coming. He could feel it in his scar. In the basilisk power, which pulsed with increasing urgency, like a warning system detecting approaching danger. In the whispers he caught through the Voldemort connection, fragments of plans, bursts of cruel excitement, a growing focus on something specific, something Voldemort wanted desperately. The Department of Mysteries. Harry didn't know what was there. Didn't know why Voldemort wanted it so badly. But he knew, with the bone-deep certainty that came from 4 years of being the universe's favorite target, that he was going to find out. And when he did, he'd be ready. The serpent beneath his skin coiled tighter. His eyes burned with banked power. His allies, Daphne, Neville, the DA, stood at his back. Whatever was coming, let it come. Harry Potter had learned to look monsters in the eye. It was time for the monsters to learn what happened when he looked back. Chapter 2, Eyes Like Killing Curses. Chapter 2, Eyes Like Killing Curses. The thing about being a secret weapon was that you spent a lot of time waiting for a war that everyone kept pretending wasn't happening. January crawled into February, February dragged itself into March, and Hogwarts settled into the grim, suffocating rhythm of life under Dolores Umbridge's regime. Educational decrees stacked up like bricks in a wall, each one sealing another exit, blocking another freedom, turning the castle from a school into something that felt increasingly like a prison wrapped in pink cardigan and doused in perfume that smelled like cat pee and authoritarian ambition. Harry trained. Every night. Without exception. While the rest of Gryffindor Tower slept, while Ron snored and Hermione's cat prowled and the castle settled into its ancient, creaking silence, Harry slipped out under the invisibility cloak and made his way to the 7th floor corridor. The room of requirement had become his second home. Maybe his first home, honestly, because at least the room didn't have a toad-faced dictator running it or a best friend who kept looking at him with worried eyes he couldn't meet. The training had evolved. Early on, it had been about control, learning to shift, learning to modulate the gaze, learning to be something other than human without losing himself in the process. That phase was over. Harry had control. He had it nailed down so tight that he could shift his eyes in the middle of a conversation and shift them back without anyone noticing. He could grow scales on demand, hardening his skin to armor in the space between heartbeats. He could go full Basilisk in under 4 seconds and come back even faster. Control was done. Now it was time for application. "You're thinking about this like a wizard," Daphne said one night, watching him practice paralyzing conjured targets, wooden dummies charmed to move erratically around the room, simulating combatants. "Stop it." Harry froze a dummy mid-lunge with a flicker of his shifted eyes and turned to her. "I am a wizard. You're a wizard with a basilisk's toolkit. There's a difference." She stood from her observation post, a conjured chair near the wall, surrounded by floating parchment covered in her increasingly complex tactical notes, and walked toward him. "You keep trying to integrate the gaze into standard dueling patterns. Shift eyes, paralyze target, throw spell. That's linear. Predictable. You're combining two systems without actually merging them." Harry let the paralysis drop on the dummy and crossed his arms. "So what should I be doing?" "Think like a predator." Daphne's voice took on that particular quality it got when she was deep in analytical mode, precise, clipped, almost musical in its efficiency. "A basilisk doesn't duel. It doesn't trade attacks back and forth. It enters a space and everything in that space stops. The gaze isn't a weapon you aim, it's a field you project." She pulled a piece of parchment from the floating cluster and held it up. It showed a diagram, a top-down view of a room with a central figure, labeled HP in Daphne's neat handwriting, surrounded by multiple opponents. Lines radiated outward from the central figure in a cone shape. "Your effective paralysis range is approximately 30 meters, Daphne said, tapping the diagram. "Your field of vision in human form is roughly 120 degrees forward. In basilisk form, it's closer to 180, due to lateral eye placement. Anyone in that cone who makes eye contact with you goes down. Instantly." "Right, but they have to make eye contact," Harry pointed out. "If they know what I can do, they just won't look at me." "Correct. Which is why we need to plan for that." Daphne set the diagram down and produced another one. This one showed the same room, but now the opponents were marked with annotations: averted gaze, mirror shield, eyes closed, rear approach. "If your enemies know about your ability, and eventually, they'll develop countermeasures. We need you to be dangerous even when they're not looking at you." Harry stared at the diagrams. At the weeks of analysis and planning that Daphne had clearly been doing in her own time, outside their training sessions. A warmth bloomed in his chest that had nothing to do with the serpent power. You've been working on this, he said. Obviously. On your own time. I don't do anything on anyone else's time, Potter. He grinned. It's Harry. You've seen me turn into a giant snake. I think we're past surnames. The faintest color touched her cheeks. Fine. Harry. The point stands. We need a comprehensive tactical doctrine for your abilities, not just gaze and pray. Gaze and pray. Love it. Very inspiring. I'm not here to inspire you. I'm here to make sure you don't waste the most powerful natural weapon in the wizarding world by using it like a slightly fancier stunning spell. And that right there, was why Daphne Greengrass was invaluable. Not because she was smart, though she was. Not because she understood magical theory at a level that made Hermione look like a hobbyist, though she did. But because she looked at Harry's power and saw potential where he saw danger. She saw a tactical framework where he saw a curse. She saw a weapon that could end the war where he saw a secret that might destroy him. She made him think bigger. So they built a tactical doctrine. Because apparently that was a thing you did when you were 15 and had snake eyes. You sat in a magical room with a Slytherin girl who was too smart for her own good and you built tactical doctrines. Harry's life was so weird. The framework they developed over the following weeks had 3 tiers, which Daphne labeled with her characteristic flair for clinical precision. Tier 1, the gaze. This was the primary weapon, the paralyzing look that could drop a target instantly. They refined Harry's technique until he could freeze a moving dummy at 30 meters with a glance lasting less than a second. They practiced multiple targeting, sweeping his gaze across a room to catch several opponents in sequence. The record was 5 dummies in 3 seconds, each one locked rigid as Harry's shifted eyes flickered from target to target. The limitation was always the same, eye contact required. The target had to be looking at him, even briefly. Against opponents who knew what was coming, this became a game of forced eye contact, drawing attention, creating openings, using misdirection to make enemies look where they shouldn't. Humans are hardwired to look at threats, Daphne noted. It's a survival instinct. When danger appears, the first thing you do is assess it visually. You look at it. Which means that simply being threatening, entering a room aggressively, making noise, casting spells, will naturally draw eyes to you. So I should be loud and scary. That's your tactical advice. My tactical advice is to weaponize the enemy's own instincts against them. Make yourself impossible to ignore, and their own biology will deliver them to your gaze. Cold. Brilliant. A little terrifying. Harry loved it. Tier 2, the fear aura. The low-power gaze effect, the one that induced primal, biological terror, turned out to be far more versatile than Harry had initially thought. It didn't require eye contact. It was omnidirectional. And at close range, it was devastating. Through careful experimentation, they discovered that Harry could project the fear effect in human form, without any visible transformation, at a range of about 5 meters. At that distance, anyone who wasn't actively occluding their mind would experience a sudden, overwhelming spike of fight-or-flight response, heart racing, palms sweating, the deep lizard brain conviction that they were in the presence of something that could and would kill them. Most people, when hit with that sensation, froze. Some ran. A few, the truly strong-willed or the truly stupid, pushed through it. But even those who resisted were affected, their focus shattered, their casting accuracy dropped, their decision-making degraded. This is your stealth option, Daphne said. No visible transformation. No evidence. Just a room full of people who suddenly can't think straight. Useful for situations where you can't reveal yourself. They practiced it on each other. Daphne was, predictably, one of the resistant ones. She could feel the fear effect, described it as a cold weight in the stomach, accompanied by an irrational certainty that something terrible is about to happen, but she could function through it. Harry found that both impressive and slightly annoying. "You're supposed to be scared," he said, watching her calmly take notes while standing in the full radius of his fear aura. I've been living with a terminal blood curse since I was 8, Daphne replied without looking up. I've been scared my entire life. This is just Tuesday. Tier 3, the Basilisk. Full transformation. The nuclear option. 42 feet of magical serpent with diamond-hard scales, a paralyzing gaze that covered a 180-degree field at 30 meters, and enough raw physical power to demolish a stone wall. They didn't practice this one much. Partly because it was the most dangerous, a full basilisk in an enclosed space was a hazard to everyone, allies included. Partly because it was the most exhausting, each full transformation and reversal left Harry drained for hours afterward. And partly because, as Daphne pointed out with her usual tactical clarity, the full basilisk was a weapon of last resort. If you're transforming fully, something has gone catastrophically wrong, she said. It's your emergency exit, not your opening move. The moment you go full serpent, you lose your wand, your human mobility, your ability to communicate with allies, and any element of surprise you might have had. But I gain a body that's basically immune to spells, eyes that can paralyze a dozen people at once, and the ability to crush a Death Eater like a beer can. Colorful. But yes. The doctrine was simple in principle, complex in execution. Use the fear aura as passive defense and disruption. Use the gaze as primary offense, targeting enemies through forced eye contact. Resort to full transformation only when overwhelmed or when the tactical situation demanded area denial, making a space uninhabitable for enemies simply by existing in it. Harry drilled it obsessively. Night after night, the room of requirement conjured increasingly complex combat scenarios, multiple enemies at different ranges, hostage situations, ambush scenarios, mixed environments where he had to protect allies while neutralizing threats. He got good. Really good. And he started to enjoy it, which was a complicated feeling he didn't have time to unpack. The DA, meanwhile, was thriving. 28 students meeting 3 times a week in the room of requirement, learning defensive magic that Umbridge's sanitized curriculum wouldn't teach them. Harry stood at the front and taught them shield charms and stunning spells and patron uses, and he felt the particular, fierce satisfaction of building something that mattered. He couldn't tell them about the basilisk. Not all of them. The group was too large, the secret too dangerous, and, much as he hated to think it, he couldn't be sure that every member was trustworthy. Zacharias Smith alone was reason enough for caution. But the DA changed him in a different way. It showed him what leadership felt like. Not the boy who lived kind of leadership, the kind that was thrust upon you by a prophecy and a scar, the kind you never asked for and couldn't refuse. Real leadership. The kind where people chose to follow you because they believed in what you were building. Neville was a revelation. The round-faced, nervous kid who'd once been terrified of Snape had transformed into something genuinely formidable over the past few months. His spell work was crisp, his reflexes sharp, and he attacked every lesson with a quiet, burning intensity that Harry recognized intimately, the determination of someone who'd been told they weren't enough and had decided to prove the world wrong. After DA meetings, Neville would sometimes stay behind with Harry and Daphne for advanced sessions, which was their code for the part where Harry turns into a giant snake and Neville tries not to wet himself. To his CR, Neville had gotten remarkably chill about the whole thing. The first time, he'd gone pale and pressed himself against the wall. The second time, he'd managed a shaky thumbs up. By the 5th time, he was sitting cross-legged on the floor eating a chocolate frog while a 40-foot basilisk practiced gaze control 20 feet away from him. You know, Neville said one night, watching Harry's serpent form paralyze a row of conjured dummies with a single sweeping glance, when you finally use this in a real fight, it's going to be the most terrifying thing anyone's ever seen. Harry shifted back. That's sort of the point. No, I mean, the Death Eaters don't scare easy. They've fought Aurors, dueled the Order, faced down Dumbledore. But this? Neville gestured at the space where the basilisk had been. This is different. This isn't just powerful. It's wrong. In the best possible way. It breaks the rules of how magic fights are supposed to work. You don't trade spells. You don't duel. You just, look at them. And it's over. He paused, his face growing serious. More serious than Harry was used to seeing from Neville, and Neville had been getting progressively more serious all year. My parents were tortured by people who thought they were the scariest things in the room, Neville said quietly. Bellatrix Lestrange and the Lestrange brothers. They used the Cruciatus until Mum and Dad just, broke. He swallowed. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. About what it would mean for someone like Bellatrix to walk into a room expecting to be the predator and finding out she's the prey. Harry looked at his friend. At the set of his jaw. At the hardness in his eyes that hadn't been there in September. When the time comes, Harry said, you'll be there. Damn right I will. They bumped fists. It was a dorky, un-British gesture that Ron would have mocked mercilessly, but it felt right. Neville Longbottom and a basilisk. Voldemort's people weren't going to know what hit them. March arrived with rain and wind and a development that Harry had been simultaneously dreading and anticipating. Daphne Greengrass had a bad day. Not a, failed an exam, bad day or a, fought with a friend, bad day. A blood curse bad day. Harry found her in the room of requirement at their usual meeting time, sitting on the floor with her back against the wall, knees drawn up to her chest, and her right hand wrapped in a conjured bandage that was spotted with blood. Her face was pale, paler than usual, which was saying something for someone with Daphne's porcelain complexion, and there were shadows under her eyes that looked like bruises. What happened? Harry dropped to his knees beside her, reaching for her hand automatically before catching himself. Can I? It's fine. Her voice was controlled, but thinner than usual. Strained at the edges. Flare up. They happen periodically. My core destabilizes and the curse activates. It attacks the nervous system first, pain, then numbness, then motor function degradation. She flexed her bandaged hand experimentally and winced. This time it also decided to split the skin along my curse lines. Festive. Have you been to Madame Pomfrey? No. And I'm not going to. She met his eyes, and there was a fierce, fragile stubbornness there that hit Harry right in the chest. If it goes on the medical record, my family finds out it's getting worse. If my family finds out, my father starts making arrangements. Pure blood arrangements. The kind that involve marriage contracts and alliance building before his damaged eldest daughter becomes too much of a liability. Harry stared at her. Marriage contracts? You're 15. Welcome to pure blood politics. The Greengrasses aren't Death Eaters, my father refused the mark, which puts us in a precarious position, but they're traditional. And tradition says a cursed daughter is a declining asset that needs to be leveraged before her value drops further. The clinical detachment in her voice was horrifying precisely because of how practiced it sounded. Like she'd rehearsed this explanation so many times it had become rote. That's barbaric. That's reality. She paused. I can manage the flare-ups. I have potions. I have techniques. What I can't manage is other people's reactions to them. Harry sat down beside her. Close enough that their shoulders touched. He could feel the heat of her through the fabric of her robes, could sense, through the serpent's emotional perception, the complex tangle of pain and frustration and something that felt like exhaustion. Not physical exhaustion. The kind that came from carrying something heavy for a very long time. Show me, he said. What? The curse. Show me what it looks like. Daphne studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she unwrapped the bandage. Her hand was. Harry didn't have words for it at first. The frost pattern tracery he'd seen before, the silvery lines that pulsed along her skin, had deepened. They were thicker now, darker, and where they intersected, the skin had split along the lines like cracks in ice. Thin seams of raw red wept sluggishly, following the branching pattern of the curse across her knuckles and down her fingers. It looked like her hand was breaking apart from the inside. Harry reached out and took it. Gently. Carefully. Cradling her damaged hand in both of his like something precious and fragile, which, he realized, it was. She was. Daphne's breath hitched. The tiniest sound, involuntary, immediately suppressed. But Harry heard it, and the serpent power stirred in his chest with something that wasn't predatory or defensive. Something protective. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Stupid question. Obviously it hurt. But the asking mattered. Always. She was watching his face with an intensity that made the air between them feel charged. Some days more than others. Today is a more day. Harry looked at her hand in his. At the curse line spreading across her skin. At the blood seeping through the cracks. He thought about the basilisk venom that had poisoned him in the chamber. About the phoenix tears that had healed him. About the way those two forces, destruction and healing, death and life, had merged in his blood and created something new. "I want to try something," he said. "It might not work. But I want to try." "What?" "In the texts I read about basilisk venom, it's one of the most destructive magical substances in existence. It destroys almost everything it touches. But phoenix tears are one of the most powerful healing agents known to magic. Both of them are in me. They're part of my magical core now, the venom and the tears, balanced against each other." He met Daphne's eyes. "Your curse is a destructive force attacking your core. What if we could introduce a counterbalancing force? Not to cure it, I'm not that arrogant, but to stabilize it. Slow the progression. Give your own magic something to lean on." Daphne's expression cycled through skepticism, consideration, and cautious hope in the space of a few seconds. "That's, theoretically possible. Magical core resonance therapy is documented in several texts. But it requires a compatible magical signature, and the failure rates, I know the risks. Do you want to try?" She looked at him. Long and searching and vulnerable in a way he'd never seen from her before. "Yes," she whispered. Harry didn't know exactly what he was doing. He'd be the first to admit that. But he'd spent months learning to feel his own magical core, to reach into it and manipulate the forces coiled there, and instinct told him this was possible. He closed his eyes. Held her hand. Reached for his magic, not the serpent power specifically, but the whole of it. The phoenix tears that Fawkes had wept into his blood 3 years ago. The warmth and the healing and the fierce, golden vitality that lived alongside the cold ancient serpent. He pushed it outward. Through his hands. Into hers. The effect was immediate. Daphne gasped, a real gasp, not the controlled almost sound she usually permitted herself. Harry felt her hand twitch in his grip, felt the curse lines pulse as his magic met the destructive force running through her veins. For a moment, it was a fight. His magic pushing in, the curse pushing back, two forces grappling in the space between their joined hands. Harry gritted his teeth and pushed harder, not with brute force but with intent, healing, stabilizing, a counterweight to the chaos eating her from the inside. The curse settled. Like a stormy sea slowly going calm. The silver lines on Daphne's hand dimmed, softened, retreated. The cracked skin stopped weeping. The raw red seams closed, not healed completely, but sealed. Stabilized. Daphne stared at her hand. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were wide. For the first time since Harry had known her, Daphne Greengrass looked completely and utterly lost for words. "It doesn't hurt," she whispered. "Harry, it doesn't hurt. Is that good?" "I mean, obviously it's good, but is it?" She kissed him. Not a planned kiss. Not a movie kiss with swelling music and perfect angles. Daphne surged forward and pressed her mouth against his with a desperate, fierce urgency that was more relief than romance, more gratitude than grace. Her good hand fisted in the front of his robes. Her cursed hand pressed against his chest, the stabilized curse lines warm against his skin through the fabric. Harry's brain went completely offline for approximately 3 seconds. Then it rebooted, assessed the situation. Daphne Greengrass is kissing you, respond appropriately, do not grow scales, and he kissed her back. It was clumsy. A little too hard. Their noses bumped. Neither of them had any idea what they were doing, because neither of them had ever kissed anyone before, and the learning curve was steep. It was perfect. Daphne pulled back first. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright, and she looked equal parts exhilarated and mortified. I didn't plan, it's okay, Harry said, and he was grinning like an idiot. He could feel it on his face and he couldn't stop it. It's really, really okay. I don't want you to think, I'm not, this isn't because of the magic. I mean, the magic was, but I've been, for weeks, she was rambling. Daphne Greengrass, who spoke in complete, precisely structured sentences with semicolons, was rambling. Daphne. What? I've wanted to do that since November. She stared at him. Then something in her expression softened, really softened, all the walls coming down at once, and she smiled. Not the small, controlled smile he'd gotten used to. A real one. Wide and warm and slightly crooked and devastating. November, she said. That long? That long. You could have said something. I was busy turning into a snake. She laughed. A real laugh, bright and startled and wonderful, and Harry felt the sound of it reverberate through his entire body like a struck bell. They sat together in the room of requirement, hands still intertwined, his scarred, hers cursed, and the silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full. Full of possibility and warmth and the quiet, fierce joy of two people who'd been alone with their monsters and weren't anymore. This complicates things, Daphne said eventually, pragmatic even in the afterglow. Everything in my life is complicated. More complicated than usual, then. Slytherin and Gryffindor. Pure blood politics. My family's situation. Your everything. Yeah. I don't care. Harry looked at her. At the determination in her pale blue eyes. At the curse lines on her hand, dimmed to a faint silver glow. At the girl who'd walked up to a basilisk and called its eyes beautiful. Me neither, he said. And he meant it. April brought spring and Quidditch and the growing certainty that Dolores Umbridge was building towards something terrible. She'd already banned Harry from Quidditch for life, a punishment so disproportionate that even the other professors had objected, for all the good that did. She'd fired Trelawney, nearly expelled half the DA, the close call with Marietta Edgecombe's betrayal had been a nightmare that still made Harry's stomach clench, and was systematically dismantling every institution of student autonomy in the castle. Harry wanted to paralyze her so badly he could taste it. He didn't. Obviously. Because using his basilisk gaze on a ministry official, however satisfying, would be the kind of irrevocable tactical error that Daphne would never forgive him for. You paralyze Umbridge, the ministry sends orders, Daphne said flatly during one of their evening planning sessions. They had actual planning sessions now, complete with agendas, because Daphne Greengrass did not believe in unstructured strategy. The Aurors investigate. Your ability becomes public knowledge. Every advantage you have, surprise, deniability, the enemy's ignorance, gone. In one impulsive moment. I know. Repeat it back to me. I will not paralyze Umbridge. With feeling, please. Harry sighed. I will not paralyze Umbridge, no matter how much she deserves it, because tactical patience is more valuable than momentary satisfaction. Good boy. Did you just good boy me? Would you prefer good snake? Neville, who was sitting nearby polishing his wand, snorted so hard he choked. The three of them had become an unlikely unit. Harry the weapon, Daphne the strategist, Neville the everything else. Neville was logistics, morale, and ground-level intelligence all rolled into one. He moved through Hogwarts with a quiet competence that people overlooked because they still saw the clumsy kid who melted cauldrons, and that invisibility made him invaluable. It was Neville who kept tabs on the other DA members, gauging loyalty and reliability. Neville who noticed which students were being targeted by Umbridge's inquisitorial squad. Neville who figured out that Malfoy was feeding information directly to the Pink Toad and mapped the entire network of student informants within a week. "He's wasted in Gryffindor," Daphne observed after Neville delivered a particularly detailed intelligence brief on the inquisitorial squad's patrol schedules. "He thinks like a Slytherin." "Don't let him hear you say that. I mean it as the highest compliment." "I know. He still wouldn't take it that way." The planning sessions were productive, but they were also the closest thing Harry had to normal human interaction these days, and he clung to them more than he'd admit. Because the truth was, the secret was getting heavier. Ron and Hermione knew something was off. Of course they did. Harry had been distancing himself for months, training alone, spending time with people they didn't know about, coming back to the dormitory exhausted at 3 in the morning with explanations that got thinner every time. "You're sneaking out again," Hermione said one morning in March, her voice carefully neutral in the way that meant she was anything but neutral. "Every night, Harry. You think we don't notice? I'm training. For the DA. The DA meets 3 times a week. You're gone 7 nights out of 7. She set down her toast and looked at him with those sharp brown eyes. "And you've been different. Calmer. More focused. Which should be a good thing, except it came with this distance. Like you're carrying something you won't share." Ron, sitting beside her, said nothing. But his expression mirrored Hermione's concern, and his silence was louder than any words. Harry felt the guilt like a physical weight. These were his best friends. The people who'd stood beside him through every impossible thing since first year. They'd faced trolls and dark lords and giant spiders together, and he was shutting them out. But every time he opened his mouth to tell them, the words died. Because telling Ron and Hermione wasn't like telling Daphne or Neville. Daphne had her own curse, she understood intrinsically. Neville was Neville, constitutionally incapable of judgment or fear in the face of friendship. Ron and Hermione were different. They were his closest friends, but they were also the most likely to react in ways that complicated everything. Hermione would want to research it exhaustively, would want to involve adults, would want to build safety protocols and ethical frameworks. Ron would either be terrified or would want Harry to use it immediately and publicly, which was its own kind of dangerous. And both of them, Harry knew this with painful certainty, would look at him differently. Not badly. Not with fear or disgust. But with that awareness. That constant background knowledge that the person sitting across from you at breakfast could kill you with a look. No matter how much they trusted him, it would always be there. A tiny seed of unease that would grow, slowly, into a distance that couldn't be bridged. Harry had already lost too much to become someone his best friends were afraid of. Later, he told himself. I'll tell them later. When the time is right. When I have to. It was a coward's rationalization and he knew it. But it was the one he had. The visions got worse in April. Voldemort's emotions bled through the scar connection with increasing frequency and intensity. Rage. Excitement. Impatience. A gnawing, obsessive focus on the Department of Mysteries that grew sharper every day, like a predator circling closer to its prey. Harry saw corridors. Long, dark, identical corridors lined with doors. He saw a specific door, black, unremarkable, at the end of a specific corridor, and he felt Voldemort's desperate hunger to know what was behind it. The dreams left him gasping and sweating and sick, and the serpent power responded to them with increasing agitation. It could feel the connection, could sense the other snake speaker on the far end of the magical link, and it didn't like it. Every vision ended with the basilisk power surging protectively, flooding Harry's system with cold strength, as if trying to build walls between Harry's mind and Voldemort's. It's getting worse, Harry told Daphne during a late-night session. They were sitting on the floor of the room, not training tonight, just talking, which they did more and more often now. Daphne sat between his legs, her back against his chest, his arms around her waist. It was a casual intimacy that had developed gradually over the weeks since their first kiss, not rushing, not pushing, just two people who'd found safety in each other's proximity and didn't want to give it up. The visions? Yeah. He wants something in the Department of Mysteries. Badly. And the closer he gets to it, the more I see. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Her fingers traced idle patterns on his forearm, the one with the old Basilisk fang scar, and he could feel the subtle warmth of her curse lines against his skin. Have you considered, she said carefully, that the visions might be deliberate? What do you mean? Voldemort is a legilimens. He knows about the connection, he's known since the graveyard. What if he's not just leaking emotions accidentally? What if he's curating what you see? The thought hit Harry like cold water. He hadn't considered it. He'd been so focused on managing the visions, on extracting useful intelligence from them, that he hadn't stopped to ask whether the intelligence was real. You think he's feeding me false information? I think it's possible. Or true information designed to provoke a specific response. She tilted her head back to look at him. Upside down, her features rearranged themselves into something even more striking, all angles and sharp lines softened by proximity. If he wanted to lure you somewhere, showing you a place of mystery and danger, knowing your pathological inability to leave well enough alone, I don't have a pathological inability to, Harry. You fought a troll in first year. You went into the Chamber of Secrets alone at 12. You entered a maze with a dragon and a lake and a killer garden at 14. You have a pattern. Fair. If Voldemort wanted to draw you to the Department of Mysteries, the visions would be exactly what you're experiencing. Tempting. Urgent. Increasingly hard to resist. Harry was quiet for a long time. The serpent power coiled uneasily in his chest, as if confirming Daphne's analysis. So what do I do? You don't go. If you get a vision that seems designed to provoke immediate action, if you see something that makes you want to rush to the ministry, you assume it's a trap and you don't go. And if it's not a trap? If someone's actually in danger? Daphne turned in his arms to face him properly. Her expression was serious. Then you go. But not alone. And not without a plan. She took his hand. The cursed one taking the scarred one. Promise me, she said. Promise me you won't rush in alone. The irony of Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin, asking Harry Potter, a Gryffindor, to think before he acted was not lost on either of them. I promise, Harry said. He meant it. He was going to break it. May arrived, and with it, the end of everything. The OWL examinations consumed the castle like a plague. Students walked around with glazed eyes and trembling hands, muttering revision notes to themselves, breaking into tears over breakfast. The library was so packed that Madame Pants had taken to patrolling the aisles with a look of homicidal intensity. Even the ghosts seemed stressed. Harry studied. He taught the DA. He trained in the room of requirement. He held Daphne's hand and stabilized her curse and kissed her in the spaces between responsibilities, brief stolen moments that tasted like warmth and the ghost of her healing potion in something that was uniquely, specifically her. He also watched Umbridge close in on the DA with the inevitability of a natural disaster. The end came on a Tuesday. Marietta Edgecombe, whose mother worked at the ministry, whose loyalty had always been to her own comfort above all else, cracked under Umbridge's pressure and gave up the room of requirement. Everything after that happened fast. Dumbledore took the fall, claimed the student group was his idea, his army, his responsibility. The confrontation in his office was brief and spectacular, Fawkes and a portkey and the old man vanishing in a burst of flame, leaving Umbridge sputtering and the ministry scrambling. And then Umbridge was headmistress. Harry stood in the corridor after Dumbledore's departure, surrounded by chaos, and felt the serpent power thrash against his control with enough force to make his vision flicker gold. Not now, he told it. Not yet. The power subsided. Reluctantly. Soon, Harry thought. Not a promise to the Basilisk. A promise to himself. The vision came during his History of Magic OWL. Which, honestly, was darkly appropriate, because History of Magic was the one exam boring enough to put him to sleep, and sleep was where Voldemort was waiting. Harry was slumped over his exam paper. He'd gotten as far as question 6 about goblin rebellions and his consciousness had simply given up, when the dream took him. Not a dream. A vision. Crystal clear, razor sharp, more real than reality. He was in the Department of Mysteries. The long dark corridor. The black door. But now he was beyond the door, in a vast room filled with towering shelves of glass orbs that glowed with faint, misty light. Row after row, thousands of them, prophecies recorded and stored and waiting. And Sirius was there. His godfather was on the floor, writhing, his face contorted with agony. Voldemort stood over him, wand pointed, red eyes blazing, and Sirius was screaming, a raw, broken sound that Harry felt in his bones. "Tell me," Voldemort hissed. "Tell me how to retrieve it." "Go to hell," Sirius spat through clenched teeth, and Voldemort's wand slashed down, and the Cruciatus hit, and Sirius screamed again. Harry jerked awake. The exam hall. Parchment. Quills scratching. Professor Tofty shuffling between desks. Everything normal, everything mundane, and Harry was drenched in cold sweat with his heart trying to punch through his sternum. Sirius. Voldemort had Sirius. In the Department of Mysteries. Right now. Being tortured. The panic was instant and total, a white-hot spike of terror that drove every rational thought from his head. His godfather. The closest thing he had to a parent. Being cruciate while Harry sat in an exam hall answering questions about goblin rebellions. He had to go. He had to go now. He stood up so abruptly his chair scraped. Heads turned. Professor Tofty looked up with mild alarm. Harry muttered something about feeling ill and walked out of the exam hall, picking up speed with every step until he was running. Running to find Hermione. Running to find Ron. Running to mount a rescue. He was 3 corridors away from the exam hall when a hand caught his arm and pulled him into an empty classroom. Harry's wand was out and a spell was on his lips before he registered who it was. Stop. Daphne. Her face was pale but composed, her eyes locked on his. I saw you leave. Your face, I knew something was wrong. What happened? Sirius. Voldemort has Sirius. Department of Mysteries. I have to, stop. Firmer this time. Both hands on his arms. Harry. Listen to me. What did you see? He told her. Fast, breathless, the words tumbling out in a panicked rush. Sirius on the floor. Voldemort standing over him. The Cruciatus. Daphne's expression didn't change, but her grip on his arms tightened. You promised me, she said. What? You promised me you wouldn't rush in alone. 2 months ago. In the room. You promised. The memory surfaced through the panic like a stone breaking the surface of water. Daphne's face in the torchlight. Promise me. His own voice, steady and sincere. I promise. This could be exactly what I warned you about, Daphne said. A vision designed to make you act without thinking. To make you run to the ministry. Alone. Into a trap. But what if it's real? What if Sirius is actually, then we verify. First. Before you do anything. We verify. She was right. God, she was right, and Harry knew she was right, and it was taking every ounce of his self-control not to simply bolt for the nearest exit because Sirius was being tortured and every second he stood here talking was a second Sirius was in pain. How? He managed through gritted teeth. How do we verify? The Flu Network. Umbridge's office has the only unsupervised fireplace in the castle. We call Grimmauld Place. If Sirius answers, it's a false vision. Simple. Logical. 5 minutes to check instead of rushing blindly into what might be a trap. Harry's hands were shaking. The serpent power was screaming at him, not to attack, not to transform, but to go, to protect, to reach his pack and defend it. The predatory instincts that had become woven into his magical core didn't care about traps or strategies. They cared about family. But Harry was not a basilisk. He was a wizard with a basilisk's power, and that meant he had the ability to override instinct with reason. 5 minutes. Okay, he said. Okay. We check first. They didn't make it to Umbridge's office. Umbridge made it to them. Harry and Daphne were 2 corridors away from the headmistress's office when they rounded a corner and walked directly into a wall of Inquisitorial Squad members, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, and about 6 others, backed by the pink cardigan nightmare herself. Well, Umbridge said, her smile wide and flat and poisonous. Mr. Potter. Out of his examination early. And Miss Greengrass, how unexpected. I wasn't aware you two were acquainted. Harry felt Daphne tense beside him. In the periphery of his vision, he could see her mask slam into place, the Ice Queen persona, cold and unreadable, a fortification against a woman who could ruin her family with a word to the right ministry officials. Professor, Daphne said coolly. Potter felt ill. I was directing him to the hospital wing. How civic-minded. Umbridge didn't believe a word of it. Her eyes were gleaming with the particular malice of someone who'd been waiting for a moment like this. But I don't think the hospital wing was your intended destination. Was it, Potter? Before Harry could respond, things escalated. Hermione and Ron appeared from a side corridor. They'd apparently come looking for Harry after he'd bolted from the exam, followed closely by Neville, Ginny, and Luna Lovegood, who had somehow materialized from thin air as she often did, looking dreamily unconcerned. And then it was a standoff. 6 students and a toad in an increasingly tense corridor, and Harry's serpent power was coiling tighter and tighter as the seconds ticked by, because Sirius was still in the Department of Mysteries and every moment he spent dealing with this bureaucratic parasite was a moment his godfather might be dying. What happened next was a blur. Umbridge tried to use Veritaserum. Snape, summoned to provide it, claimed she'd used his entire stock already. She tried intimidation. She tried threats. And when those failed, she turned to the one tool she had left. The Cruciatus curse ought to loosen your tongue, Umbridge said, pointing her stubby wand at Harry with a hand that didn't tremble. The room went very quiet. Harry felt the serpent power lunge against his control, not asking permission this time, demanding release. A ministry official was pointing a Cruciatus at him. A threat. An attack. And every predatory instinct in his body was shrieking a single word, respond. He held it back. Barely. His eyes burned. He could feel the pupils straining to shift, the golden glow pressing against the inside of his irises like light trying to escape through cracks. Hermione saved the moment. Brilliant, quick-thinking Hermione, who blurted out a story about a weapon that Dumbledore had hidden in the Forbidden Forest, a lie, a fabrication, a desperate gambit to get Umbridge away from her wand and away from Harry. It worked. Umbridge took the bait, took Harry and Hermione into the forest, where they led her to Grawp and then to the centaurs, who took care of the problem in their own particular way. By the time Harry extracted himself from the forest, he was shaking with adrenaline and fury and the desperate need to move. Sirius was still in the Department of Mysteries. They hadn't been able to check the flu. Hours had passed. And the serpent power was done being patient. We're going, Harry said. They were gathered at the edge of the forest, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Luna, and Daphne, who had freed herself from the inquisitorial squad using a series of hexes that Harry would have been impressed by if he'd had the bandwidth to feel anything other than panic. "Harry," Daphne started. "We don't have time to verify. It's been hours. If the vision is real, Sirius might already be," he couldn't finish the sentence. "We're going. I need people who are willing to come. If you're not, I understand, but I'm going regardless." He looked at each of them in turn. "Ron. I'm in. Obviously. Hermione." She hesitated for a fraction of a second, long enough for Harry to see the war between logic and loyalty play out across her face, and then nodded firmly. "I'm in." "Neville." No hesitation at all. "Let's go." "Ginny. Try and stop me." "Luna." "The Raxpert seem to think it's important." "Daphne." She held his gaze. He could see the calculation happening behind her eyes, the strategic mind weighing risks and outcomes and probabilities. She knew it might be a trap. She'd warned him it might be a trap. And everything in her analytical, careful, Slytherin soul was telling her this was a bad idea. "I'm coming," she said. "And when this turns out to be a trap, which it will, you're going to owe me the biggest apology in the history of the wizarding world." Harry grabbed her hand, squeezed it once, and turned to the group. "Thestrals. Luna and I can see them. We'll guide you." They flew to London on skeletal horses that most of them couldn't see, hurtling through the night sky, and Harry thought, "Hold on, Sirius. I'm coming." The serpent power coiled. Ready. The Ministry of Magic at night was a cathedral of shadows. The atrium was empty, dark marble and still water and the golden fountain gleaming faintly in the dim emergency lighting. Their footsteps echoed in the vast space as they crossed to the lifts, 7 teenagers in a building that should have been impenetrable, and the wrongness of it, the ease of it, should have been Harry's first real warning. It wasn't a warning he was capable of hearing. Not with Sirius's screams echoing in his memory. They descended. Level after level, the lift rattling through the bowels of the Ministry, until they reached the Department of Mysteries. The black door. The one from his visions. Identical in every detail, the same dark wood, the same unmarked surface, the same aura of contained secrets. Harry pushed it open. Beyond was the circular room. A dozen doors set into a round wall, the floor polished black, the ceiling lost in darkness. As soon as they were all inside, the wall spun, a disorienting carousel of identical doors that scrambled their entry point and made the room into a maze. "Charming," Daphne muttered. They navigated by instinct and trial and error, opening doors onto rooms that defied comprehension. A room of brains floating in tanks of green liquid. A room with a crumbling stone archway draped in a fluttering black veil that whispered in voices Harry almost recognized. A room full of clocks and time-turners. And then, the Hall of Prophecy. Towering shelves. Thousands of glass orbs. Dusty, dim, stretching away in every direction like a library designed by someone who'd never heard of organizational systems. Sirius wasn't there. No Voldemort. No torture. No screams. Just silent rows of prophecies gathering dust in the dark. "Harry." Hermione's voice was tight. "I don't think, row 97. The words came out of him automatically, information from the visions, burned into his memory. He said row 97. They found it. And at the end of row 97, on a shelf at eye level, sat a small glass orb with a yellowed label, SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter a prophecy. About him. Harry reached for it. The glass was cool under his fingers. Mist swirled inside, formless and waiting. "Very good, Potter. Now turn around, nice and slowly, and give that to me." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Cold. Cultured. Amused. Harry turned. Lucius Malfoy stepped out of the shadows between the shelves, his pale face illuminated by the glow of a dozen prophecy orbs, his wand raised, his silver mask pushed up on his forehead. Behind him, more figures materialized, dark robes, white masks, the uniform of Lord Voldemort's inner circle. Death Eaters. A lot of them. Harry counted at least 12 as they emerged from between the shelves, surrounding the group on all sides, cutting off every exit. Bellatrix Lestrange was there, her dark eyes manic, her hair wild, grinning with a feral joy that made Harry's skin crawl. The Lestrange brothers flanked her. Antonin Dolohov, scarred and silent. Augustus Rookwood, Mulciber, Crabbe Sr., not. They were surrounded. Outnumbered. Outmatched. Daphne had been right. It was a trap. The prophecy, Potter. Lucius Malfoy extended a hand, palm up, as if he were asking for something as mundane as a restaurant check. Give it to me, and perhaps, your friends won't have to suffer. Harry's brain was doing three things simultaneously. First, processing the trap. Voldemort hadn't captured Sirius. The vision had been fabricated, planted in Harry's mind through the Scar connection, designed to draw him here, to this specific spot, to retrieve a prophecy his own hands were apparently required to collect. The rage he felt at being manipulated was nuclear. Second, cataloging threats. 12 Death Eaters. Inner Circle. Battle-hardened. Against 7 teenagers, most of whom had been in the DA for less than a year. The math was ugly. Third, and this was the part that made his blood sing with cold, ancient certainty, the serpent power was awake. Fully, completely, gloriously awake. Not straining against his control anymore. Waiting. Patient. Ready. Like a coiled spring. Like a loaded gun. Like a predator that had finally spotted its prey. I don't think I will, actually, Harry said. His voice was calm. Impossibly calm, given the circumstances. He could feel his friends' fear, Ron's, Hermione's, Ginny's, Luna's, could taste it on the air through the serpent senses. They were terrified. They were in over their heads and they knew it. But Harry wasn't afraid. For the first time in his life, facing down the worst that Voldemort's forces could muster, Harry James Potter was not afraid. The predator in his chest had burned every scrap of fear to fuel and was running hot. Brave words from a boy surrounded by his betters, Bellatrix cackled from somewhere to his left. Let's see how brave you are when we start on your little friends. The Longbottom boy, perhaps. She turned her manic gaze to Neville. Like mother, like son, shall we see if you scream as sweetly as she did? Neville's face went white. Then red. His wand came up. Neville. Harry's voice was quiet but it cut through the tension like a knife. Not yet. Neville looked at him. Their eyes met and something passed between them, a communication that needed no words, built on months of trust and training and shared purpose. When I move, be ready. Neville's jaw tightened. A tiny nod. Last chance, Potter, Lucius said, his patience fraying. The prophecy. Harry looked at him. Looked at the ring of Death Eaters. Looked at the faces of his friends, scared, determined, ready. Then he looked at Daphne. She was standing slightly behind him, her wand out, her face set in a cold, controlled mask that the world knew as the Ice Queen. But her eyes, her pale, sharp, beautiful eyes, were fixed on his, and in them he saw something that wasn't cold at all. Do it. Harry smiled. You know what's funny, Malfoy? He said, turning back to Lucius. Your boss spent all that time planting visions in my head to get me here. All that effort to manipulate me into walking into a trap. And it worked. I'm here. I came running, just like he wanted. He paused. But here's the thing about traps, they only work if the prey can't fight back. He let go. The serpent power erupted from the core of his being like a dam breaking. It flooded through his body in a wave of cold, ancient force, and his eyes blazed. The transformation was partial, not the full basilisk, not here, not in these narrow corridors between fragile shelves of glass prophecies. But the eyes shifted, the pupils elongating into vertical slits, the green irises flooding with burnished gold. Dark, iridescent scales erupted across his face, his neck, his arms, hardening his skin to armor in the space between heartbeats. His features sharpened, became angular, became something that was Harry Potter and not Harry Potter at the same time. Something that was more. And the gaze, the paralyzing, ancient, impossible gaze of the King of Serpents, locked onto Lucius Malfoy's wide, aristocratic eyes. Malfoy froze. Not metaphorically. Not from fear, though fear was there, Harry could taste it, sharp and chemical, flooding the man's system like poison. No, Lucius Malfoy froze literally. Every muscle in his body locked simultaneously. His wand arm stopped mid-gesture. His expression froze in a rictus of shock. He stood there, a living statue, and his eyes, grey and terrified and unable to look away, reflected the golden blaze of Harry's gaze like mirrors reflecting fire. The effect on the other Death Eaters was immediate and devastating. Not the paralysis, they hadn't made eye contact yet. But the fear aura was radiating off Harry in waves, a 5-meter sphere of primal, biological terror that hit every human nervous system in range like a sledgehammer. Bellatrix staggered. Dolahov's wand hand trembled. Two of the lesser Death Eaters, Crabbe and one Harry didn't recognize, took involuntary steps backward, their masked faces turning toward Harry and then away, some deep survival instinct screaming at them not to look, not to meet those blazing inhuman eyes. What? Bellatrix's voice was raw, cracked, stripped of its manic confidence. What is? Harry's head snapped toward her. Their eyes met. Bellatrix Lestrange, torturer of the Longbottoms, Voldemort's most fanatical servant, the woman who'd laughed while she drove two people to permanent insanity, went rigid. The smile was still on her face when she froze, but her eyes were screaming. Now! Harry roared. And chaos erupted. The next 60 seconds were the most concentrated burst of violence Harry had ever experienced, and he'd experienced more than his share. His gaze swept the corridor. Each eye contact was a split-second connection, a flicker of golden fire meeting a masked face, and each connection dropped a body. Antonin Dolohov looked at him and froze mid-curse. One of the Lestrange brothers caught his gaze while trying to flank Neville and went down like a puppet with cut strings. Mulciber. Not. A Death Eater whose name Harry didn't know and didn't care about. 3 seconds. 5 Death Eaters paralyzed. The others were adapting. The fear aura had broken their formation, scattered them between the shelves, and now survival instincts were kicking in. They stopped looking at Harry. Averted their gazes, fired spells around corners, used the towering shelves of prophecies as cover. But Harry had allies. Stupefy. Neville's voice rang out, and a red bolt of light caught a fleeing Death Eater squarely between the shoulder blades. The man crumpled. Ron and Ginny were fighting back-to-back, their Weasley tempers fully ignited, throwing hexes and jinxes with a ferocity that pushed their opponents back through the rows. Hermione was precision casting, shield charms to protect, stunning spells to attack, her wand moving in the tight, controlled patterns of someone who'd studied dueling theory extensively even if she'd never imagined using it for real. Luna was doing something inexplicable with a spell that seemed to turn the air itself into a weapon, and 2 Death Eaters who'd been trying to flank her were now lying on the ground covered in what appeared to be magical barnacles. And Daphne. Daphne Greengrass fought like a surgeon performed surgery, with clinical precision, zero wasted motion, and absolute devastating efficiency. She'd positioned herself at Harry's back, covering his blind spots, eliminating threats he couldn't gaze at, and her spell work was terrifying in its elegance. She didn't throw stunners. She threw curses Harry had never seen before, silver-white bolts that struck like lightning and left her targets crumpled and groaning. Blood magic. Family magic. Spells that the Greengrass line had hoarded for centuries and that Daphne deployed with the calm, focused intensity of someone who'd been preparing for this her entire life. "Behind you," she called, and Harry spun to catch Rookwood's eyes as the former unspeakable tried to rush him from the side. Rookwood froze mid-stride, toppled forward, and slid across the polished floor like a hockey puck. 8 Death Eaters down. For still moving. But the fight was demolishing the Hall of Prophecy. Stray spells shattered glass orbs by the hundreds. Ghostly figures erupted from broken prophecies, translucent, babbling, filling the air with overlapping pronouncements about the future that nobody could hear over the sounds of combat. Shelves toppled like dominoes, sending cascades of glass and mist crashing across the floor. "We need to move," Harry shouted. "This room's coming apart." They ran. All 7 of them, sprinting through the collapsing Hall of Prophecy toward the door at the far end, while the remaining Death Eaters pursued, firing curses through the chaos, glass crunching under their boots. Harry's gaze swept behind them as they ran. Another Death Eater met his eyes and froze. That left 3. 3 Death Eaters still on their feet, and one of them was, crack. The spell hit Hermione in the chest. It was silent, no incantation, just a slash of purple light from Dolahov's wand, and Hermione went down. Just like that. Running 1 second, crumpling the next, her body hitting the floor with a sound that would live in Harry's nightmares for years. Hermione. Ron's scream was raw, anguished, and he was turning back, running toward her, Dolohov. Harry's frozen Dolohov. But the paralysis, he'd been one of the first. It had been nearly 3 minutes. The effect had worn off. Damn it. Harry's rage was incandescent. The serpent power surged past every filter, every lens, every carefully constructed barrier, and for one terrible, white-hot second, his eyes blazed with the full, unmodulated killing gaze of the basilisk. He didn't look at Dolohov. He caught himself, barely, agonizingly, with every scrap of willpower he possessed, and slammed the lens back into place. Paralysis. Not death. Paralysis. He locked eyes with Dolohov. The Death Eater froze again, harder this time, Harry pouring more power through the gaze, locking him so tight that the paralysis would last an hour, not minutes. But the damage was done. Hermione was down, Ron was cradling her, and the remaining Death Eaters were using the chaos to regroup. "She's breathing," Ron shouted, his voice cracking. "She's breathing, but there's something wrong, Neville. Get them out." Harry's command voice, the DA leader voice, the one that expected to be obeyed, cut through the panic. "Take Hermione. Get to the circular room. Find the exit. I'm not leaving you, Neville. Go." Neville went. He slung Hermione's arm over his shoulder with Ron supporting her other side, and they ran, Ginny covering their retreat with a bat bogey hex so vicious it left a Death Eater screaming on the floor. Luna followed, walking backward, her wand out, her dreamy expression replaced by something startlingly fierce. That left Harry and Daphne. And 2 Death Eaters. The remaining Lestrange brother and someone Harry didn't recognize, a massive figure in dark robes who moved with the heavy confidence of someone who'd won a lot of fights. "Together?" Daphne said, her voice steady despite the chaos. "Together." They fought. Back to back, covering each other's blind spots, moving through the wreckage of the Hall of Prophecy like a single organism with 2 bodies. Harry's gaze swept for eye contact while Daphne's spells kept the enemies pinned, unable to focus, unable to aim properly. Lestrange went down when Harry's sweeping gaze caught his mask's eye holes at the right angle. Even through the mask, the brief flash of eye contact was enough. The man froze mid-curse and toppled backward into a pile of shattered glass. The large Death Eater was smarter. He'd seen what Harry's eyes could do, and he fought with his gaze angled down, never looking higher than Harry's chest. His spells were powerful, concussive blasts that cracked the floor and sent debris flying, and he was advancing despite Daphne's counterfire. "He won't look," Harry muttered. "I can't." "Then don't use your eyes," Daphne said, and cast something that made the floor beneath the Death Eater turn to liquid. He sank to his knees, off balance, and instinctively looked up. Harry caught his eyes. The man froze with a strangled gasp, sinking slightly into the resolidifying floor, locked in place like a grotesque statue. Silence. The Hall of Prophecy was devastated. Shelves toppled, glass everywhere, ghostly prophecy figures drifting through the wreckage like lost souls. 11 Death Eaters lay scattered across the room, paralyzed, stunned, or incapacitated. Harry's breath came in ragged gasps. The scales on his face and arms were still present, gleaming in the dim light. His eyes blazed gold. Sweat tracked lines through the dust on his skin. "That's all of them," Daphne said. She was breathing hard too, a cut on her cheekbone dripping blood, her curse hand glowing faintly with silver light. The stabilization Harry had given it was being stressed by the magical exertion. "Not all of them." Harry's voice was grim. "Where's—" A slow, mocking clap echoed through the ruined hall. They spun. Bellatrix Lestrange was on her feet. The paralysis had worn off. She stood at the far end of the row, her wand raised, and the manic grin was back, wider now, brighter, fueled by a crazy that ran so deep it was practically geological. "Impressive, baby Potter," she crooned. "Ickle Potter's got a new trick. The Dark Lord will be so interested." And she ran. Not toward them. Away. Through the door at the far end of the hall, into the corridors beyond, laughing as she went, that high, unhinged cackle that Harry heard in his worst dreams. "She's going for the others," Daphne said. "If she reaches the circular room," Harry was already moving. "Stay here. Secure the prisoners." Harry, don't," but he was gone. Running after Bellatrix Lestrange through the Department of Mysteries, the prophecy still clutched in his hand, the serpent power singing in his veins. He caught up with her in the room with the stone archway. The Death Chamber. That's what it was called, though Harry didn't know that then. He just knew it was a room with a sunken center, stone benches arranged in descending tiers like an amphitheater, and in the middle, standing on a raised dais, a crumbling stone archway draped with a fluttering black veil. The archway whispered. Voices just below the threshold of comprehension, murmuring from beyond the veil, and Harry could feel them, not here, not with his ears, but with the serpent's senses. The archway was a boundary. A threshold between living and dead. And it radiated a cold, pulling hunger that made the hair on his arms stand up. Bellatrix stood on the far side of the room, her wand raised, still grinning. "Come to play, little snake boy. Come to show Auntie Bella your pretty eyes." She wasn't looking at him. She'd learned. Her gaze was fixed on a point just past his shoulder, close enough to track his movements, far enough to avoid eye contact. "Smart. Dangerously smart. You tortured Neville's parents," Harry said. His voice echoed in the stone chamber, bouncing off the tiered benches. "You drove them insane." "I did. No remorse. No hesitation. Pride. They screamed so beautifully. Do you think you'll scream for me too, Potter?" "No," Harry said. "I don't think I will." She attacked. Bellatrix Lestrange fought like a storm, wild, erratic, impossibly fast. Purple fire, cutting curses, the Cruciatus thrown like casual punctuation between more creative horrors. She cast from the hip, from behind her back, while spinning and laughing and never meeting Harry's eyes. Harry fought back with wand and instinct, his DA training mixing with the serpent's preternatural reflexes, ducking curses by margins that should have been impossible, his scaled skin absorbing a glancing hex that would have torn normal flesh. His gaze swept for openings, searching for that split second of eye contact, but Bellatrix was too disciplined in her madness. She'd turned not looking into an art form. The duel raged across the stone benches, spells cracking the ancient stone, and Harry was holding his own, more than holding his own, but he couldn't end it. Not without the gaze. And Bellatrix wouldn't look. Then the door behind Harry burst open. "Get away from my godson." Sirius Black strode into the death chamber like he'd been born for this moment, robes billowing, wand out, his face blazing with a fury that made him look 20 years younger. Behind him, more figures, Lupin, Tonks, Moody, Kingsley. The Order of the Phoenix, arriving like the cavalry in a movie, and Harry's heart surged with relief so powerful it nearly knocked him off his feet. "Sirius!" Harry shouted. "Don't look at my eyes, I'll explain later, just don't," noted. Sirius called back, already engaging Bellatrix with a ferocity that pushed her backward. "Love the new look, by the way. Very intimidating." The death chamber erupted into a full-scale battle as the Order engaged the Death Eaters who'd apparently recovered and followed Bellatrix. Harry's paralysis had worn off the earliest victims, and they'd regrouped, battered, shaken, but still dangerous. But the dynamic had shifted. The Order members were fresh, battle-hardened adults, and they hit the Death Eaters with a coordinated assault that staggered the Dark Wizards back. Harry fought alongside them, wand in one hand, gaze sweeping for eye contact with enemies who were increasingly desperate to avoid it. The fear aura radiated from him in waves, degrading the Death Eaters' performance, making their aim shaky, their reactions slow. Sirius and Bellatrix dueled at the center of the room, circling the stone archway, their spells lighting the chamber in strobing flashes of color. Sirius was good, really good. The months of forced inactivity at Grimmauld Place hadn't dulled him. He moved like the fighter he'd been trained to be, and he was laughing, taunting Bellatrix, his eyes alive with the joy of battle. "Come on, you can do better than that." Sirius shouted, deflecting a purple curse with a lazy flick of his wand. Bellatrix snarled. Her next curse was faster, harder, aimed not at Sirius's body but at his feet, a concussive blast that shattered the stone beneath him and sent him staggering. Off balance. Arms pinwheeling. 1 foot on the edge of the dais. The archway behind him, its veil fluttering, its whispers rising, Bellatrix's wand came up. The killing curse formed on her lips, Harry could see it, could see the green light building at her wand tip, and Harry's eyes found hers. Not deliberately. Not through careful tactical maneuvering. In the chaos of battle, in the spinning, screaming, spell-lit madness of the death chamber, Bellatrix Lestrange glanced at Harry Potter at the exact wrong moment. Their gazes locked across the room. The paralyzing gaze hit her like a freight train. Harry poured power through it, more than he'd ever used, more than he'd thought possible, fueled by desperation and love and the absolute refusal to lose Sirius the way he'd lost everyone else. Bellatrix froze. Her wand arm locked mid-cast. The green light at her wand tip sputtered and died. Her body went rigid from head to toe, and the killing curse, the spell that would have ended Sirius Black's life, never left her wand. She toppled sideways. Hit the stone floor of the dais. Lay there, frozen, her manic grin still carved across her face, her eyes wide and terrified and unable to close. Sirius, who had caught his balance on the edge of the archway, looked down at the paralyzed Bellatrix, then across the room at Harry. At Harry's golden, slitted eyes. At the scales across his face. At the power blazing from him like heat from a star. Sirius's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. "Harry," he said, in a voice that was very carefully level. "What the hell?" Harry shifted his eyes back to normal. The scales receded. He was just Harry again, dusty, sweaty, bleeding from a cut on his temple, standing in a room full of paralyzed Death Eaters and very confused Order members. "It's a long story," Harry said. "I bet it is. Are you okay?" Sirius looked down at the archway he'd nearly fallen through. At the veil, still fluttering, still whispering. At how close he'd come. "Yeah," he said quietly. Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks to you. He paused. The eye thing. That was you? That was me. And it does, that? To people? Paralysis. I can control it. Right. Right. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, the same gesture Harry did when he was processing something overwhelming. We are going to have a very long conversation about this. Later. When I've had several drinks. Deal. The battle wound down. The order secured the remaining Death Eaters. Those who hadn't been paralyzed were stunned or bound, and the ones Harry had frozen were collected with a wariness that pleased the serpent power immensely. The Ministry's Aura Department arrived, belatedly, and began the process of carting the prisoners away. Neville appeared at Harry's side, Hermione supported between him and Ron. She was conscious, barely, her face ashen, but her eyes were open and tracking. She needs St. Mungo's, Ron said, his voice raw. The curse, Dolohov, she'll be okay, Harry said, and he believed it because he had to. Get her to the atrium. Someone will. A new wave of cold power washed through the Department of Mysteries. Not Harry's. Something else. Something darker and more ancient and infinitely more malevolent. The temperature dropped. The lights dimmed. The whispers from the archway rose to a scream and then cut off entirely, as if even the dead didn't want to be present for what was coming. Voldemort. He materialized in the doorway of the death chamber like a nightmare condensing from thin air. Tall, skeletal, impossibly pale, his red eyes blazing with a fury that made the air itself flinch. His black robes pooled around him like living shadow. His gaze swept the room, the paralyzed Death Eaters, the triumphant Order members, the teenagers who should never have been here, and settled on Harry. You, Voldemort said, and his voice was soft. Dangerously soft. The kind of soft that preceded apocalyptic violence. You have something that belongs to me. He wasn't talking about the prophecy. He was looking at Harry's eyes. At the fading gold. At the remnants of scales on his jaw. And he was smiling. Remarkable, Voldemort breathed. The venom. My basilisk's venom. It changed you. The room was paralyzed, not by Harry's gaze, but by Voldemort's presence. The Order members had frozen, wands raised but hesitating. Even Dumbledore hadn't faced Voldemort directly in over a decade. This was the most dangerous being in the wizarding world, standing 30 feet away, and everyone in the room knew it. Harry stepped forward. The serpent power responded to Voldemort's presence with a complex cocktail of recognition and hostility. This was the wizard who'd created the basilisk's habitat, who'd opened the chamber, who was Slytherin's heir. The power in Harry's core resonated with Voldemort's magic. They were connected, entangled, woven together through the scar and the prophecy and years of shared blood magic. Which meant, as Harry discovered in this moment, that his paralyzing gaze wouldn't work. He tried. The instant Voldemort appeared, Harry's eyes shifted, the golden gaze blazing, pouring every ounce of paralyzing power he had directly into those red, slitted eyes. Voldemort didn't freeze. He flinched, a micro-expression of discomfort, a brief tightening around those red eyes, but he didn't go down. The shared magic between them, the connection through scar and soul fragment, created a resistance that Harry's gaze couldn't overcome. Interesting, Voldemort said, and his smile widened. But insufficient. His wand rose. The duel was nothing like the graveyard. That had been a formal affair, priori incantatum and ghostly echoes and the weight of shared wand cores. This was a brawl. Voldemort attacked with the casual devastation of someone testing a new toy. Killing curses thrown like punctuation marks. Fiend fire that roared across the chamber in the shape of a serpent, because of course his fiend fire was a serpent. The stone benches shattered. The walls cracked. The air itself seemed to tear. Harry fought back with everything he had. Wand magic and serpent power combined, his scales deflecting lesser curses, his reflexes operating at a speed that human physiology shouldn't have been able to achieve. He couldn't paralyze Voldemort, but the fear aura affected him, subtly, at the edges, degrading his focus just enough to matter. But it wasn't enough. Voldemort was too powerful, too experienced, too much. Harry was a prodigy, but Voldemort was a force of nature. Then Dumbledore arrived. The old wizard appeared in the doorway with the silent certainty of a sunrise, no dramatic entrance, no fanfare, just suddenly there, and the weight of his presence shifted the balance of the room like a planet entering orbit. "Tom," Dumbledore said. "Just the name. Just the man's real, mundane, human name." Voldemort's red eyes snapped to Dumbledore, and for one fleeting instant, Harry saw something in those inhuman features that he'd never expected to see: fear. The duel that followed was beyond anything Harry had ever witnessed. Dumbledore and Voldemort fought with a scale and complexity that made every other magical battle Harry had seen look like children throwing rocks. The Death Chamber became a war zone, animated statues, conjured shields of pure force, transfigured stone, fire and water and air weaponized with a creativity that was almost beautiful. Harry fell back, helping the Order evacuate the injured, watching the two most powerful wizards on Earth try to destroy each other. And then Voldemort did something unexpected. He fled. Not physically, not at first. He broke off the duel with Dumbledore and turned his attention back to Harry with a speed that crossed the room before anyone could react. Not a killing curse. Something worse. Something invasive. Legilimency. The mental attack that had been feeding him visions all year, now cranked up to maximum, a direct, brutal assault on Harry's mind. Voldemort's consciousness slammed into his like a battering ram, trying to overwhelm him, trying to possess him, trying to use Harry's body as a weapon against Dumbledore. The pain was blinding. Harry dropped to his knees, clutching his head, and Voldemort's mind flooded in, cold and dark and endless, full of rage and contempt and a hunger that consumed everything it touched. "Give in," Voldemort's voice echoed inside his skull. "Let me in, boy. Show the old fool, have him kill you to kill me," the serpent power roared. Not in defense of Harry's mind, it couldn't block legilimency. But the basilisk in Harry's core recognized an intruder in its territory, and it responded the only way a basilisk knew how, with everything it had. Cold, ancient, predatory power slammed against Voldemort's mental presence like a tidal wave. Not the killing gaze, this was internal, soul-deep, a clash between the basilisk essence in Harry's core and the fragment of Voldemort's soul that lived in his scar. Voldemort screamed. Not a physical scream, a psychic one, reverberating through the mental connection, and Harry felt the Dark Lord's consciousness recoil from the basilisk power like a hand from a flame. The soul fragment in Harry's scar burned, a searing, purifying pain that blazed white-hot for one endless second, and then Voldemort's presence was gone. Ripped out. Expelled. The connection severed with a violence that left Harry gasping on the floor, his scar bleeding freely, his vision swimming. Voldemort stood across the room, swaying, his red eyes wide with something that went beyond shock into genuine, existential horror. Blood trickled from his non-existent nose. "What?" he whispered. "What have you become?" And then the Ministry Aurors were flooding in, dozens of them, Fudge himself among them, and they all saw Voldemort standing in the Department of Mysteries, undeniable, impossible to dismiss, and the Dark Lord looked at the closing trap, looked at Harry with those horrified red eyes, and disapparated. Gone. Harry lay on the stone floor of the Death Chamber, bleeding and exhausted and trembling, and stared at the ceiling. Daphne was there. He didn't know when she'd arrived, sometime during the Dumbledore-Voldemort duel, probably, but she was kneeling beside him, her cursed hand pressing against his chest, her face swimming in and out of focus above him. "Harry. Harry, stay with me. I'm here." His voice sounded far away, even to himself. "Serious? Alive. He's alive. You saved him. Good." The word came out as barely a breath. "Good." He closed his eyes. The serpent power settled, not dormant, not sleeping, but satisfied. It had defended its territory. It had faced the predator that created it and driven it away. Daphne's hand found his. Cursed fingers wrapped around scarred ones. "You absolute reckless idiot," she whispered, and her voice cracked on the last word. Harry smiled. "Told you. I'd owe you an apology. The biggest in history. You promised. I'll work on it." Her lips pressed against his forehead, gentle, warm, right over the bleeding scar. He felt her tears hit his skin. "You'd better," she said. The aftermath was chaos. Fudge had seen Voldemort. The Aurors had seen Voldemort. Half the Ministry had seen Voldemort. The year-long campaign to discredit Harry and deny the Dark Lord's return crumbled overnight, and the wizarding world woke up to the reality that Harry had been trying to tell them for 12 months. The Daily Prophet's headline the next morning was 3 words tall: "He's back." Harry barely noticed. He was in the Hogwarts hospital wing, surrounded by injured friends, running on 0 sleep and the fading embers of adrenaline, and every part of his body hurt in a different and creative way. Hermione was stable. The curse Dolohov had hit her with was nasty, a dark cutting curse that had done internal damage, but Madame Pomfrey had contained it, and the St. Mungo's healers were cautiously optimistic. Ron hadn't left her bedside. He sat in a conjured chair, holding her hand, and the look on his face was one that Harry recognized intimately, the expression of someone who'd come within inches of losing a person they couldn't live without. Neville had a broken nose and a split lip and the quiet, fierce satisfaction of someone who'd finally gotten to fight back. He sat on his own hospital bed, cleaned up but wide awake, and when Harry caught his eye across the ward, Neville gave him a small, hard nod. "We did it. We fought them. And we won." Ginny was bruised but intact. Luna was Luna, serene, unmarked, looking like she'd been on a pleasant afternoon stroll rather than a battle in the Department of Mysteries. And Daphne. Daphne was sitting in a chair beside Harry's bed, her notes nowhere in sight for once, her tactical mind temporarily offline. She looked tired, really, truly exhausted, the kind of tired that went down to the bones, and her curse hand was glowing faintly, the stabilization stressed but holding. "You need to sleep," Harry told her. "You first." "Daphne, Harry." She leaned forward and took his face in her hands. Gently. Carefully. Looking into his eyes, his regular, normal, green eyes, with an intensity that made everything else fade into background noise. "You faced 12 Death Eaters and Voldemort tonight. You saved your godfather's life. You protected your friends. You're allowed to rest. There's so much to deal with. The Order will want answers. Dumbledore will still be there tomorrow. All of it will still be there tomorrow." She pressed her forehead against his. "Tonight, you rest." Harry looked at her. At the woman who'd walked into a battle with dark wizards because he'd asked her to. Who'd fought beside him with a ferocity that matched anything the Order had brought. Who was sitting here now, exhausted and cursed and bleeding from a cut on her cheek, telling him to sleep. "Stay?" he asked. She didn't answer with words. She just kicked off her boots, climbed onto the narrow hospital bed beside him, and curled against his side with her head on his chest and her cursed hand resting over his heart. Madame Pomfrey, who came by 10 minutes later to check on her patients, took one look at them and silently pulled the privacy curtain closed. Harry fell asleep with Daphne's warmth against him and the serpent power purring softly in his chest, and for the first time in months, the dreams were quiet. He woke to Dumbledore. The headmaster was sitting in a conjured armchair at the foot of Harry's bed, wearing robes of deep midnight blue scattered with silver stars, looking every one of his 150 years. His blue eyes, usually twinkling, were solemn. Daphne was gone, slipped away at some point during the night, leaving a note on the bedside table that read simply, "I'll be in the room. Come when you can." "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Professor." A silence. Not hostile, but weighted. Two people who'd been failing each other all year, finally in the same room with no emergencies to hide behind. "I owe you an explanation," Dumbledore said. "About the prophecy. About why I kept you at arm's length this year. About many things." "Yeah," Harry said. "You do." Dumbledore told him about the prophecy. The real one, the full text, spoken by Trelawney in a dingy pub before Harry was born, overheard by a Death Eater who'd reported it to Voldemort. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. He told Harry about the Scar connection. About his theory that Voldemort had inadvertently transferred a piece of himself to Harry the night he tried to kill him. About the danger of Voldemort realizing the connection could be exploited for possession, which was why Dumbledore had kept his distance all year. He told Harry about love. About how Harry's capacity for love was his greatest weapon. About how the sacrifice of Lily Potter had created a protection that Voldemort could never understand or overcome. It was a lot. Harry lay in his hospital bed and absorbed it, and the serpent power listened too, coiled and attentive in his core, processing information the way a predator processed the scent of its territory. "There's something you don't know," Harry said when Dumbledore finished. "I suspect there are many things I don't know." A ghost of the old twinkle in those blue eyes. "I am, despite appearances, neither omniscient nor infallible." Harry sat up. Looked Dumbledore in the eye. And told him everything. The basilisk venom. The changes. The transformation. The gaze. The months of secret training. Daphne. Neville. All of it. Dumbledore listened in absolute silence. His expression didn't change, not visibly, but Harry could feel, through the serpent's emotional perception, a complex storm of reactions beneath the old wizard's calm exterior. Surprise. Concern. Fascination. And something that might have been guilt. "The venom," Dumbledore said quietly when Harry finished. "Fawkes's tears saved your life, but the venom had already bonded with your magical core. I should have considered the possibility. Would it have changed anything? If you'd known? It would have changed how I treated you. I would not have left you alone with something so frightening and so dangerous." Dumbledore's voice was heavy with regret. "I have, it seems, failed you in yet another way. You didn't know. I should have known. It was my responsibility to." Dumbledore stopped himself. Took a breath. "Forgive me, Harry. Not just for this year, but for the years of information withheld and decisions made on your behalf without your input. You deserved better." Harry studied the old man. The serpent senses read sincerity, deep, genuine, laced with the particular flavor of regret that came from someone who understood the magnitude of their mistakes. "I forgive you," Harry said. "But I need you to do something for me. Name it. Stop managing me. Stop deciding what I should and shouldn't know. If we're going to fight this war together, I need to be a partner, not a pawn." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Then he nodded, slowly, deliberately, with the gravity of someone making a binding promise. "You have my word." "Good." Harry swung his legs out of bed. "Because I have a weapon that can end this war, and I'm going to need help figuring out how to use it." Dumbledore's eyes, those ancient, knowing, sometimes infuriating blue eyes, looked at Harry with something that was equal parts admiration and sorrow. "Indeed you do," he said softly. "Indeed you do." The news broke within the week. Not the official channels, the ministry was too busy scrambling to do damage control, retracting a year's worth of anti-Potter propaganda, reinstating Dumbledore, and generally trying to pretend they hadn't been catastrophically, dangerously wrong about literally everything. No, the news spread through the channels that actually mattered, the whisper networks. The informal intelligence pipelines that connected every pocket of the wizarding world. The pub conversations and outpost gossip and family fireside discussions that shaped public opinion far more effectively than any newspaper. The Death Eaters who'd been at the Department of Mysteries had been captured. All 12 of them. They'd been shipped to Azkaban, those who could move, anyway, and the ones who'd been paralyzed by Harry's gaze had been delivered in a state that the Aurors couldn't explain. No stunning spell left that kind of paralysis. No known curse. No potion. The prisoners had been found rigid and conscious, with their eyes open and tracking, fully aware of everything happening around them but unable to move so much as a finger. The Aurors were baffled. The healers at St. Mungo's were baffled. Lucius Malfoy's attorney demanded an explanation and received none. But the Death Eaters themselves? They knew. They'd seen. They'd looked into golden, slitted eyes and felt their bodies betray them, every muscle locking under the command of a gaze that shouldn't exist. And they talked. Not publicly. Not in official statements. But in the cells of Azkaban, in whispered conversations with fellow prisoners, the story spread: Potter has the eyes of a basilisk. He looked at me and I couldn't move. He's not human. Not entirely. Not anymore. From Azkaban, the story leaked to the Death Eaters who hadn't been captured, the ones still operating in the shadows, the operatives and sympathizers and fence-sitters who made up Voldemort's extended network. And for the first time since the Dark Lord's return, the Death Eaters were afraid. Not of Dumbledore. They'd always feared Dumbledore, but it was a known quantity, a powerful wizard who could be avoided, outmaneuvered, fought with sufficient numbers. This was different. This was a weapon they couldn't defend against. A gaze they couldn't meet. A boy, a teenager, who could walk into a room and end every fight in it with a single sweeping look. The Whispers had a name for him. It spread through the dark corners of the wizarding world like fire through dry grass, showing up in intercepted messages and overheard conversations and a growing, gnawing dread in the hearts of everyone who bore the dark mark, the Basilisk King. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The chosen one. And now, the Predator. The war was about to change. Chapter 3, The Predators Hunt. Chapter 3, The Predators Hunt. The summer after 5th year was nothing like the ones that came before. No Dursleys. That was the first thing, the glorious, almost disorienting first thing. Dumbledore had taken one look at Harry's face when the subject of Privet Drive came up and said, simply, no. I think not. Not this year. And that had been that. No arguments, no explanations about blood wards and protective enchantments. Just a quiet acknowledgement that the boy who'd faced down 12 Death Eaters and Voldemort himself in the Department of Mysteries probably didn't need to spend his summer being emotionally abused by his aunt and uncle. Harry moved into Grimmauld Place with Sirius. And Grimmauld Place was different now. Not physically, it was still dark and grim and full of cursed objects and that screaming portrait of Walburga Black that went off every time someone existed too loudly in her vicinity. But the energy had changed. Sirius had changed. The near-death experience in the Department of Mysteries, the moment he teetered on the edge of the veil, one breath away from falling through forever, had cracked something open in him. Not broken him. Opened him. The reckless, brittle edge that had defined Sirius since Azkaban was still there, but it was tempered now by something steadier. He'd looked into the abyss and the abyss had blinked first, and that kind of thing rearranged your priorities whether you wanted it to or not. I spent 12 years in prison and 2 years hiding, Sirius said on Harry's second night at Grimmauld Place. They were sitting in the kitchen, which Mrs. Weasley had cleaned within an inch of its life during the previous summer, drinking tea that was too strong and eating sandwiches that were slightly burnt because Sirius's cooking skills topped out at edible, technically. 12 years of nothing and 2 years of waiting. And then I nearly died because I was showing off in a duel. You weren't showing off, Harry said. I absolutely was. I was taunting Bellatrix and dancing around like it was a bloody exhibition match, and if you hadn't done your thing. He waved vaguely at Harry's face. The eye thing. If you hadn't frozen her, I'd have gone through that archway. And that would have been it. Game over. Wasted a second chance at life because I couldn't resist being dramatic. Harry didn't argue. Partly because Sirius wasn't wrong, and partly because the memory of that moment, Sirius teetering, Bellatrix's wand rising, the green light building, still made his chest constrict with a terror that the serpent power couldn't touch. So I'm done waiting, Sirius continued. His grey eyes, so like Daphne's in color, though entirely different in character, were steady and clear. I'm done sitting in this house being useless. If there's a war coming, and there is, Harry, we both know there is, then I'm going to fight it. Properly. Not from the sidelines. The Order can use me or not. I'm fighting either way. He leaned forward, forearms on the table, and the intensity in his expression reminded Harry forcefully of the man Sirius must have been before Azkaban, the brilliant, fierce, recklessly brave wizard who'd been James Potter's best friend and the bane of Voldemort's followers. And I want to help you. With your situation. My situation. The basilisk thing. The eyes. The scales. All of it. Sirius's mouth twitched. I've been reading. Did you know the Black Family Library has 17 texts on serpentine magical transformations? My lovely ancestors were obsessed with anything dark and scaly. I know. I read most of them last summer. Course you did. You're Lily's son, first instinct is always the library. A flash of something soft crossed Sirius's face. Grief and love and pride, tangled together the way they always were when he talked about Harry's parents. She'd have been fascinated, you know. Your mum. Not scared. Fascinated. She'd have had you in a lab within a week, running experiments, writing papers. Probably would have figured out more than you did in half the time. The warmth that bloomed in Harry's chest had nothing to do with the tea. And your dad, Sirius added, grinning now, would have thought it was the coolest thing in the history of the world and immediately tried to prank Snape with it. Harry laughed. Really laughed, the kind that loosened something in his ribs and made the kitchen feel warmer. He'd have wanted me to paralyze Snape during potions. He'd have wanted you to do it during the leaving feast. In front of the entire school. Maximum audience, maximum humiliation. Sirius's grin faded into something more serious. They'd be proud of you, Harry. Not just for the power, for how you've handled it. The control. The restraint. You could have killed those Death Eaters. You didn't. I wanted to. The admission came out before Harry could stop it. Quiet and honest and raw. When Dolohov hit Hermione. When Bellatrix was about to, when she almost, he stopped. Swallowed. I wanted to drop the lens and let the full gaze hit them. I almost did. Sirius studied him. Long and careful and without judgment. But you didn't. No. That's the part that matters, kid. Not the wanting. The choosing. They sat in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, godfather and godson, and the silence between them was the kind that only existed between people who'd saved each other's lives and knew it. So, Sirius said, clapping his hands together with an energy that was pure Padfoot. When do I get to see you go full snake? Because I have to be honest, the partial transformation in the department was impressive, but I want the whole show. You want to see a 40-foot basilisk in your kitchen. I want to see a 40-foot basilisk anywhere. I'm an animagus, Harry. Transformation magic is my thing. And my godson turns into the most dangerous creature in magical history. Of course I want to see it. Harry shook his head, but he was smiling. Tomorrow. In the basement. And you absolutely cannot tell Mrs. Weasley. Deal. The summer structured itself around 3 pillars: training, planning, and the people Harry was letting into his world one careful step at a time. The training intensified. With Grimmauld Place as a base and Sirius as an enthusiastic, if occasionally reckless, training partner, Harry pushed his abilities further than he'd been able to at Hogwarts. The basement of number 12 became his new room of requirement, magically expanded, warded to the ceiling, and fitted out with every training aid Sirius's considerable creativity could devise. Sirius, true to his marauder heritage, approached the whole thing with a blend of tactical brilliance and gleeful mischief that made every session feel like a particularly dangerous form of play. "Okay," Sirius said one morning, standing in the expanded basement in his Padfoot form, a massive black dog, shaggy and sharp-eyed and practically vibrating with energy. He shifted back to human. "Here's the exercise. I'm going to come at you as Padfoot. Your job is to hit me with the fear aura, just the aura, not the gaze. I'd rather not spend an hour frozen on the floor, and I'm going to try to push through it." "Why?" "Because if I can learn to resist it as a dog, we can start mapping the effect on non-human targets. And because I want to know what it feels like. For science. For science. And fun. Mostly fun." He shifted back to Padfoot and charged. Harry let the fear aura pulse outward. The black dog, mid-stride, ears back, muscles coiled, hit the edge of the 5-meter radius and yelped. Padfoot's legs locked, his momentum carried him forward in a skidding slide across the stone floor, and he ended up at Harry's feet with his ears flat and his tail tucked, whimpering. Harry pulled the aura back. "Sirius?" Padfoot shifted to human. Sirius was on his hands and knees, breathing hard, his face pale but his eyes electric with fascination. "Bloody hell," he gasped. Harry, that's not fear." "I mean, it is fear, but it's not emotional fear. It's biological. It hit my animal brain." The dog part of Padfoot just screamed. "Every instinct I have said, apex predator, you are prey, run. Are you okay?" "I'm fantastic. That was the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced and I need to do it again immediately." They ran the exercise 17 times. By the end, Sirius could push through the aura at full intensity, shaking, whimpering, every hair on Padfoot's body standing on end, but moving. It took him 45 minutes and more willpower than he'd used escaping Azkaban, and afterward he collapsed on the floor and declared it the best morning he'd had in 15 years. "The animal form helps," he reported, lying on his back, staring at the ceiling, still slightly twitchy. "Human minds rationalize. They know it's irrational fear and they fight it intellectually. But the animal brain can't rationalize, it just reacts. Which means animals are both more vulnerable to the initial hit and more likely to develop resistance through exposure, because the animal brain adapts to stimuli faster than the human one. That's actually really useful information. See? Science and fun." The training expanded beyond the gaze. Harry worked on the physical aspects of the basilisk form, learning to use his massive body as a weapon, understanding the capabilities and limitations of a 40-foot serpent in different environments. Open spaces were his element, room to maneuver, room to coil and strike, room to sweep his gaze across a wide field. Confined spaces were harder, corridors, buildings, anywhere that limited his movement and his sightlines. He practiced rapid shifting. Human to basilisk to human in under 10 seconds total, a transformation cycle that was disorienting but tactically invaluable. He learned to use partial transformations offensively, scaling one arm to deliver a punch with the force of a car accident, shifting his torso to deflect curses that would have penetrated normal shield charms, briefly manifesting the basilisk's sensory organs to taste the air and detect hidden enemies. And he worked on something new, something Daphne had theorized about but they hadn't tested at Hogwarts. The voice. In basilisk form, Harry's vocalizations were limited to hisses, Parseltongue, which most people couldn't understand. But in partial transformation, with human vocal cords augmented by the basilisk's resonance, he could speak. And that speech carried weight. Not magical compulsion, nothing so crude. But the voice of a half-shifted basilisk Animagus operated on a frequency that bypassed rational thought and spoke directly to the hindbrain. When Harry spoke in partial transformation, the words hit like physical things. Commands became almost irresistible. Questions became impossible to deflect. Simple statements landed with the authority of natural law. "Drop your wand," Harry said to Sirius during a sparring session, his voice layered with serpentine resonance, his eyes golden and slit-pupilled. Sirius's wand hand spasmed. His fingers loosened. The wand almost fell before Sirius caught himself with a visible effort of will, clenching his jaw so hard the muscles in his neck stood out like cords. "Okay," Sirius said shakily, his wand trembling in his white-knuckled grip. "That's new. And terrifying. Please don't do it again unless we're actively being murdered." Harry filed the voice under emergency measures alongside the full basilisk transformation. Too powerful for casual use. Too close to mind control for his comfort. But in a crisis, against enemies who wouldn't look at him, who'd learned to avert their gaze, it was another tool in the arsenal. Every edge mattered. Because the enemy was adapting too. The intelligence started trickling in through order channels in late June. Snape, still embedded in Voldemort's inner circle, still playing the most dangerous double game in the wizarding world, reported that the Dark Lord's reaction to the Department of Mysteries had been seismic. Not just the public exposure, the political fallout, the loss of 12 inner circle members to Azkaban. Potter. Voldemort was obsessed with what Harry had become. "The Dark Lord has been researching Basilisk lore extensively," Snape reported at an order meeting that Harry was, for the first time, allowed to attend. Snape's black eyes swept the room, Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Moody, Kingsley, the Weasleys, and Harry, sitting at the table like a member of the War Council instead of a child to be protected. He's consulted ancient texts, questioned Nagini, and attempted to replicate the conditions of Potter's transformation using captured wizards and basilisk venom. The room went cold. "He's trying to make more of me?" Harry asked. "He's trying to understand you," Snape corrected, and for once his voice held no sneer, no contempt. Just the flat, clinical delivery of critical intelligence. "The Dark Lord does not tolerate mysteries. He is methodical in his cruelty. If Potter possesses a power the Dark Lord cannot replicate or counter, it represents a variable he cannot control. And the Dark Lord loathes variables he cannot control." "The experiments?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "Failed. The captured subjects died. Every one." Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes, something that might have been revulsion, quickly buried. "The basilisk's venom kills. That is its nature. Potter's survival was an anomaly created by unique circumstances, phoenix tears administered within seconds of envenomation, combined with what I suspect was the protection Lily Potter's sacrifice provided." The room processed this in silence. Harry felt sick, the thought of Voldemort experimenting on captured wizards, trying to recreate what Harry carried in his core, failing over and over, killing each time. "So he can't make more," Sirius said. "Good. What's he doing instead?" "Developing countermeasures." Snape's gaze found Harry across the table. "The Death Eaters have been instructed to avoid direct eye contact with Potter under any circumstances. They are training with blindfolds and closed-eye combat techniques. Several have acquired enchanted eyewear, glasses that filter out the paralyzing effect of direct gaze, similar in principle to viewing a basilisk through a reflection." Harry's stomach dropped. "Do they work?" "Unknown. The Dark Lord has not tested them against the genuine article." A pause that might have been deliberate. "Yet. There's more," Moody growled from his corner. His magical eye was spinning in its socket, which it tended to do when the old aura was agitated. "Tell them about the missions." Snape's mouth thinned. "The Dark Lord's operational tempo has increased dramatically since the Department of Mysteries. He is accelerating his plans, recruitment, alliance building, strategic strikes against key targets. But his forces are facing an unprecedented morale problem. They're scared," Tonks said, a grim satisfaction in her voice. "The Death Eaters are scared of Harry. Scared is an understatement, Snape said. The lower ranks are in disarray. The 12 who faced Potter's gaze have been talking, those in Azkaban through smuggled messages, those who avoided capture through direct testimony. The accounts have spread through the organization. Several operatives have refused assignments that carry the possibility of encountering Potter. The silence that followed was heavy with implication. They're afraid of a teenager, Lupin said softly. They're afraid of a basilisk wearing a teenager's face, Snape corrected. And the Dark Lord's response has been predictably brutal. He's executing those who refuse orders. Using the Cruciatus liberally to maintain discipline. But fear of the Dark Lord's punishment is competing with fear of Potter's gaze, and for the first time, Potter is winning that competition in some circles. Harry sat very still. The serpent power in his chest was quiet, listening, processing, the predator absorbing information about its territory. Around the table, the Order members were exchanging looks. Some were calculated, Moody and Kingsley, the tacticians, already thinking about how to exploit this advantage. Some were concerned, Mrs. Weasley, looking at Harry with that particular expression that said she wanted to wrap him in a blanket and never let him leave the house. And some were complicated. Lupin, whose own experiences with transformation and fear gave him a unique perspective. Sirius, who was watching Harry with fierce pride and something gentler underneath. We can use this, Kingsley said. His deep voice cut through the murmur like a blade. The fear. The reputation. Potter's ability isn't just a weapon, it's a strategic asset. If the Death Eaters are refusing missions, if their morale is collapsing, we can accelerate that. Turn Potter into a psychological operation. He's 16, Mrs. Weasley said sharply. He's 16 and he's the most effective counterweapon we have, Moody countered. Voldemort's afraid. His people are afraid. We haven't had this kind of advantage since the First War. We're not using Harry as a weapon of terror, Molly. Harry's voice, quiet but carrying the serpent's resonance even without a transformation, a subtle authority that made the argument die mid-syllable. It's okay. This is what I trained for. Every eye in the room turned to him. Harry looked back without flinching, at the adults who'd spent a year keeping him in the dark, who'd fought over him and around him but rarely with him. I'm not going to sit this out, he said. I have an ability that can end fights before they start. People are going to get hurt, are already getting hurt, and I can help. So the question isn't whether to use me. The question is how. The room was quiet. Then Dumbledore, who had been listening with his fingers steepled and his blue eyes grave, spoke. Harry is right. And his involvement should be on his terms, with full knowledge and full agency. He looked at Harry over his half-moon spectacles. What do you propose? Harry had been waiting for this question. He'd been preparing for it, actually, weeks of late-night planning sessions with Daphne, tactical analyses with Neville, strategic discussions with Sirius. He had a plan. And it was time to share it. Hunting parties, Harry said. Small, mobile teams. Me and a handful of people I trust, going after Death Eater cells before they can carry out their missions. We use intelligence from Snape and the Order to identify targets. We hit them fast and hard. I paralyze, the team secures and extracts. Deliver the prisoners to the Aurors. No deaths. No collateral damage. Just clean, surgical strikes that dismantle Voldemort's network one piece at a time. Silence. And each successful strike amplifies the fear, Daphne added. She'd been sitting at the far end of the table, Harry had insisted she be included, over some objections, and her voice cut through the room like a scalpel. Every cell we take down sends a message, nowhere is safe. No meeting is secret. The Basilisk King can find you, and when he does, you won't even have time to raise your wand. More silence. The kind that happened when a room full of adults realized that two teenagers had just outlined a better strategy than anything they'd come up with. Who's on the team? Moody asked. His magical eye had stopped spinning. It was fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on predatory. Me. Daphne. Neville. Sirius, if he's willing. I'm willing, Sirius said immediately. Tonks, if she's available. Beyond that, we stay small. The more people involved, the higher the risk of leaks, and the slower we move. Moody grunted. It was, from him, practically a standing ovation. Small unit tactics. Good instincts. Who's your intelligence officer? Daphne handles strategy and analysis. Neville handles logistics and ground-level reconnaissance. Harry paused. And I'll need direct access to whatever intelligence Snape provides. Not filtered through the Order. Direct. Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. You want me to report to you, Potter? I want you to report to the team leader. Which is me. Harry met Snape's eyes without flinching. The serpent power hummed quietly, not threateningly, just present. A reminder of what those green eyes could do if the irises shifted gold. Is that a problem, Professor? The moment stretched. Snape's black eyes bored into Harry's green ones, and whatever the potion's master saw there, whatever assessment he was making of the boy who'd become something more, apparently passed muster. No, Snape said. It is not a problem. The Order voted. The motion carried, not unanimously. Mrs. Weasley's objection was noted and overruled, gently, by Dumbledore, but decisively. Harry Potter's hunting team was officially sanctioned. The war had a new weapon. The team came together fast. Harry, Daphne, Neville, Sirius, Tonks. 5 people. A Basilisk Animagus, a cursed strategist, a Gryffindor with an iron spine, an ex-convict Animagus, and a Metamorphmagus Auror who could change her face the way most people changed their socks. They trained together for 2 weeks before the first mission. 2 weeks of 12-hour days in the expanded basement of Grimmauld Place, building the kind of unit cohesion that professional military teams spent months developing. It helped that they were, individually, exceptional. Sirius was the experienced fighter, the adult in the room who'd been in actual combat, who understood the chaos and confusion of a real engagement in a way the teenagers couldn't yet. He also brought Padfoot, which gave the team a scout with a nose that could track a wizard through a rainstorm and a form that could navigate spaces too small or too conspicuous for a human. Tonks was infiltration and intelligence. Her Metamorphmagus ability was staggering. She could become anyone, anywhere, in seconds. A different face, a different body, a different presence. She slipped into places like water through cracks and came out with information that would have taken conventional surveillance weeks to gather. Neville was the rock. Steady, reliable, tough as dragon hide. His spell work had improved to the point where he could hold his own against most adult wizards, and his ability to stay calm under pressure was almost supernatural. In training exercises, when everyone else was reacting to sudden chaos, Neville was the one who saw the whole picture, who identified the real threat while everyone else was distracted by the noise. Daphne was the brain. She didn't fight on the front line. Her curse made sustained magical combat dangerous, as heavy spell use could trigger a flare-up that would leave her incapacitated at the worst possible moment. Instead, she operated as tactical coordinator, planning operations, analyzing intelligence, managing logistics, and providing real-time guidance through enchanted communication mirrors that she'd modified herself. Think of me as your eye in the sky, she told the team during their first briefing. I see the big picture. I track multiple variables. I tell you where to go and when to move. You focus on execution. And you're comfortable being off the front line? Tonks asked, not skeptically, but with genuine curiosity. I'm comfortable being where I'm most effective, Daphne said. My curse is a liability in sustained combat. My mind is an asset in coordination. Putting me in the wrong role out of ego or sentimentality would be tactically irresponsible. Tonks blinked. Blimey. Wish more people thought that clearly. Most people aren't Slytherin. And then there was Harry. Harry was the weapon. The tip of the spear. The thing that walked into a room and ended the fight before it started. Every tactical plan the team developed centered on one moment, the moment Harry's eyes went gold and everything stopped. But he was also the leader. And that, Daphne reminded him privately, was the harder job. You can't just be the weapon, Harry. Weapons don't inspire loyalty. Weapons don't adapt to changing circumstances. Weapons don't make the call to abort when things go wrong. She was sitting cross-legged on his bed at Grimmauld Place. They'd graduated to spending evenings in each other's rooms, though the relationship had stayed at the talking and kissing and falling asleep together stage, which was exactly the pace both of them needed. You have to be the person the team trusts to make the right decision under pressure. Even when the right decision is retreat. I know. Do you? Because your track record with retreat is, let's call it spotty. Harry winced. The Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries. The Chamber of Secrets. The Philosopher's Stone. The Graveyard. You have a pattern of running toward danger, and I need to know that when I'm coordinating an operation from a mirror, you're going to listen when I say, pull out, instead of going full Gryffindor. He took her hand. The curse lines were calm tonight, faint silver threads barely visible on her pale skin, steady and stable thanks to the regular magical transfers Harry had been providing. The stabilization sessions had become a nightly ritual, 20 minutes of Harry channeling the phoenix tear energy in his core into Daphne's cursed hand, pushing back against the destructive force that ate at her from the inside. It wasn't a cure. They both knew that. The greengrass blood curse was ancient and deeply embedded, and no amount of Harry's borrowed healing could eliminate it entirely. But it could slow it. Manage it. Give Daphne years, maybe decades, that the curse would have otherwise stolen. I'll listen, he said. I promise. You promised not to rush into things alone last time, too. I know. And I broke that promise and I'm sorry. But this is different. Last time, I was panicking about Sirius. I wasn't thinking. Now I am thinking. I have a team. I have a plan. I have you in my ear telling me when I'm being an idiot. You're always being an idiot. I'll need to be more specific. He pulled her close. She went willingly, always willingly, though she'd never admit how much she needed it, the simple human contact of being held by someone who understood her. They fit together in that particular way that couples developed over time, his chin on the top of her head, her face against his neck, bodies aligned like puzzle pieces that had finally found their match. I love you, Harry said. The words came out easy. Unforced. Like breathing. Daphne went very still against him. Not tense, still. The kind of still that meant something significant was happening behind those pale blue eyes. Say that again, she whispered. I love you. One more time. Daphne Greengrass, I love, she kissed him. Hard. Her fingers tangled in his hair, his arms tight around her waist, and the serpent power purred in his chest, warm and content and utterly unthreatening, recognizing something that the predator brain categorized not as territory or threat but as mate. Ours. Protect. I love you too, she said against his mouth. You impossible, reckless, Gryffindor disaster. Romantic. I'm a Slytherin. This is romantic. He laughed into the kiss, and she laughed back, and the sound of it filled the room like warmth, like light, like something worth fighting for. The first mission was on a Thursday. Snape's intelligence had identified a Death Eater recruitment cell operating out of a wizarding pub in Manchester called the Tainted Chalice. Low-level stuff, 3 confirmed Death Eaters meeting with potential recruits, feeling them out, making promises about power and purity and the Dark Lord's inevitable victory. The kind of grassroots operation that kept Voldemort's pipeline flowing. Entry-level target, Daphne briefed them from the planning table she'd set up in the Grimmauld Place kitchen. The table was covered in maps, intelligence reports, and her own tactical annotations. 3 confirmed hostiles, Marcus Selwyn, Evan Yaxley, Corban Yaxley's nephew, and a witch named Vera Jugsun. Plus an unknown number of recruits who may or may not resist. Rules of engagement? Sirius asked. He was leaning against the counter, arms crossed, Padfoot's energy barely contained beneath the human surface. Paralysis and containment only. Harry enters first. Takes the confirmed Death Eaters with the gaze. Sirius and Tonks secure the room and bind the paralyzed targets. Neville covers the exits. I coordinate from here via mirror. She looked at each of them in turn. Questions. What if the recruits fight? Neville asked. Conventional magic. Stunners. No lethal force. These are people who haven't committed to Voldemort yet, some of them might be there under duress or false pretenses. We can't treat potential victims like confirmed enemies. Neville nodded. Satisfied. What if it's a trap? Tonks asked. I've cross-referenced Snape's intelligence with 3 independent sources. Confidence is high. But if something feels wrong on the ground, Harry calls abort and you get out. Immediately. No heroics. This last directed at Harry, with a pointed look. No heroics, Harry confirmed. Scout's honor. You were never a scout. Metaphorical scout's honor. They moved out at 9 p.m. Tonks went first, wearing the face of a middle-aged wizard she'd pulled from a photograph, unremarkable and forgettable, and spent an hour in the pub confirming the target's presence and mapping the layout. Her voice crackled through the enchanted mirror that Daphne held at Grimmauld Place. 3 confirmed, corner booth. 2 recruits, young, nervous. 1 bartender, doesn't seem involved. Back exit through the kitchen. Front door's the only other way out. Neville, take the back, Daphne said. Sirius, front door. Harry, you enter through the front on my mark. Tonks, stay inside, secure the recruits when Harry moves. They positioned. Harry stood in a dark Manchester alley, rain misting on his face, his heart hammering. Not from fear, the serpent power had burned that out hours ago, replacing it with a cold, focused clarity that made the world look like a chessboard. From adrenaline. From the knowledge that this was real. Not a training exercise, not a simulation. Real Death Eaters. Real danger. Harry. Daphne's voice in his ear, transmitted through the mirror in his pocket. Calm. Steady. Exactly what he needed. Remember the plan. Walk in. Make eye contact with Selwyn first, he's the most experienced. Then Yaxley, then Jugsun. 3 seconds. That's all you need. 3 seconds. And Harry? Yeah. Come home safe. He pulled the hood of his cloak forward, pushed open the door of the tainted chalice, and walked in. The pub was dim and smoky, the kind of place that existed in the cracks between respectable wizarding society and the dark underbelly. A few scattered patrons, heads down, minding their own business. A bored bartender polishing glasses. And in the corner booth, 3 figures in dark robes, Marcus Selwyn, thick-necked and scarred, Evan Yaxley, young and sharp-featured, and Vera Jugsun, thin and watchful. 2 nervous-looking recruits sat across from them. Kids, really, barely older than Harry. The Death Eaters didn't see him at first. He was just another patron, hooded and unremarkable, crossing the room toward the bar. Selwyn was mid-sentence, gesturing expansively about something, probably the glory of blood purity or the inevitability of the Dark Lord's triumph, the standard recruitment pitch. Harry stopped 10 feet from the booth. Let the hood fall back. The recognition was instant. You could see it happen, the moment Selwyn's eyes registered the face, the scar, the black hair. His expression went from confusion to shock to terror in the space of a heartbeat, and his hand was diving for his wand. Harry let his eyes shift. Gold flooded his irises. His pupils contracted into vertical slits. The basilisk's gaze blazed outward with the focused intensity of a spotlight, and Harry swept it across the booth in a single, smooth motion. Selwyn froze mid-reach, his hand 6 inches from his wand, his face locked in a rictus of horror. Yaxley had been faster, his wand was already out, a curse forming on his lips. His eyes met Harry's for a fraction of a second, just a flicker, barely a glance, and he went rigid. His wand arm locked. The curse died unspoken. He toppled sideways out of the booth and hit the floor like a felled tree. Jugsun didn't look. She'd been watching Harry from the moment he entered, the paranoid caution of a survivor, and the instant Selwyn froze, she'd averted her gaze, dropped under the table, and was firing curses blindly in Harry's general direction. A purple bolt sizzled past Harry's ear. He didn't flinch, the serpent reflexes tracked the spell trajectory and his body was already moving, sidestepping, closing the distance. "Tonks," he called. "On it." Tonks, still wearing her disguise, was behind Jugsun before the witch could fire again. A quick stunning spell to the back of the head, and Jugsun slumped. 3 seconds. 3 Death Eaters. Done. The 2 recruits were staring at Harry with expressions that belonged on people who just witnessed a natural disaster. One of them had wet himself. The other was crying. "You're safe," Harry said, letting his eyes shift back to green, pulling the serpent's edge out of his voice. "Just a teenager now. Just Harry. Nobody's going to hurt you. But you need to leave. Now. And you need to rethink your choices." They ran. They didn't look back. Neville came in through the back. Sirius through the front. They bound the 3 Death Eaters, standard magical restraints, double secured, and left them in the booth with an anonymous tip to the Auror office. The whole operation took 6 minutes. "Clean," Daphne said through the mirror, and Harry could hear the satisfaction in her voice. "Very clean." They apparat back to Grimmauld Place and sat around the kitchen table in a slightly dazed silence. "Well," Sirius said. "That was anticlimactic." "That's the goal," Daphne's voice came from the mirror. "Anticlimactic means everyone comes home. Anticlimactic means it worked." "She's right," Harry said. 6 minutes. 3 prisoners. 0 casualties. That's what success looks like. Neville was grinning. Not the wide, explosive grin of excitement, but the quiet, deep grin of satisfaction. The grin of someone who'd just proven, to himself and the world, that he could do this. "When's the next one?" "As soon as Snape has a target," Harry said. The next one was 5 days later. A weapons cache being guarded by 2 Death Eaters in a farmhouse in Devon. Then a meeting of Voldemort's financial backers in a private room at a London restaurant, 4 paralyzed, 2 stunned, enough gold and incriminating documents seized to fund the Order's operations for a year. Then a recruitment rally in Birmingham. Then an assassination team heading for an Auror's family home, intercepted and neutralized 8 minutes before they reached their target. The hunting team moved through July like a blade. Fast, precise, and ruthless in their efficiency. Daphne's tactical planning was flawless, she mapped each operation down to the second, anticipating complications before they arose, routing the team around potential traps and ambushes. Neville's groundwork was meticulous, he'd scout targets personally, sometimes spending days in quiet observation, building the intelligence picture that Daphne needed to plan. Tonks's infiltration was seamless, she was a ghost, a chameleon, slipping in and out of Death Eater operations without leaving a trace. Sirius was the veteran, the steady hand, the experienced voice, the fighter who'd been doing this since before Harry was born. And Harry was the weapon that made it all possible. The golden-eyed predator who walked into rooms full of dark wizards and walked out again leaving paralyzed bodies and no casualties. They took down 17 Death Eater cells in 6 weeks. 17 operations. 41 arrests. 0 fatalities. And the fear, the beautiful, terrible, strategic fear, spread like wildfire. The wizarding world couldn't decide what to make of Harry Potter. The Daily Prophet ran a front-page story in mid-July with the headline that would follow Harry for the rest of his life: the Basilisk King, Savior or Monster. Harry didn't read the article. Daphne did, summarized it as 60% hero worship, 30% paranoid fearmongering, 10% factual accuracy, and used it as a coaster. But the nickname stuck. The Basilisk King. It was everywhere, in the press, in the pubs, in the whispered conversations of witches and wizards who didn't know whether to be grateful or terrified. Kids in Diagon Alley play-acted Harry's gaze, pointing at each other and yelling, "Freeze," with the uninhibited enthusiasm of children who thought it was all a grand adventure. The Order of the Phoenix, for the most part, was cautiously supportive. Kingsley in particular was impressed. The former Auror's analytical mind appreciated the efficiency of Harry's operations, the low casualty rate, the strategic impact on Voldemort's organization. "You're doing in weeks what the Auror office hasn't managed in months," Kingsley told Harry during an Order meeting. "The Death Eater recruitment pipeline has essentially collapsed. Voldemort's operational capacity is degrading measurably. That's going to make him desperate," Moody cautioned, his magical eye fixed on Harry. "Desperate men do dangerous things. And Voldemort desperate is the most dangerous thing in the world." "Then we keep the pressure on," Harry said. "We don't give him time to regroup." "Agreed. But watch your back, Potter. He's going to come for you eventually. Personally. And when he does, that eye trick of yours won't be enough." Harry thought about the Department of Mysteries. About the basilisk power slamming against Voldemort's mental intrusion, driving the Dark Lord out of his mind. About the shared connection that made him partially immune to the gaze. "I know," he said. "I'm working on it." He was. Every night, after the team briefings and the planning sessions and the stolen hours with Daphne, Harry went to the basement and worked on the one problem that didn't have a clean solution. How to beat Voldemort. Not his Death Eaters, those he could handle. The gaze, the team, the hunting operations, that was working. Voldemort's network was fraying at the edges, his followers deserting or being captured, his operations disrupted. But the man himself? The most powerful dark wizard in history, connected to Harry through scar and soul, partially immune to the basilisk's gaze. That was a different problem entirely. The answer, when it came, arrived through Daphne. Because of course it did. It was a warm evening in late July. Harry's 16th birthday had passed, celebrated with a quiet dinner at Grimmauld Place, Daphne and Neville and Sirius and Tonks and Lupin, a cake that Sirius had somehow managed not to burn, and a gift from Daphne that Harry would treasure for the rest of his life, a thin silver chain bearing a tiny pendant shaped like a serpent's eye, enchanted to warm against his skin when she was thinking of him. It was warm a lot. They were in the library, not the dark, forbidden section that Harry had raided the previous summer, but a more accessible area that Sirius had cleaned up and declared the war room. Maps on the walls. Intelligence pinned to a corkboard. Daphne's tactical notes in neat stacks. Daphne was reading. She was always reading, her mind consumed information the way fire consumed oxygen, endlessly hungry, endlessly processing. Tonight's text was an ancient volume from the restricted Black collection, written in a mixture of Latin and Old English that she translated with an ease that would have made Professor Vector weep with joy. "Harry," she said, and something in her voice made him look up immediately. Not alarm. Not excitement. Something quieter. Realization. "Come read this." He moved to her side. She pointed at a passage, handwritten, cramped, the ink faded to a brown that was almost invisible against the yellowed parchment. "This is from Vindictus Viridian's personal journals," Daphne said. "Not the published encyclopedia, the private notes. The Blacks acquired them somehow. Probably stole them." She tapped the passage. "Read." Harry read. "The gaze of the basilisk operates through the magical connection between seer and seen, a bridge, however brief, between two magical signatures. It is through this bridge that the lethal force is transmitted. Notably, my research suggests that the bridge is bidirectional. Just as the Basilisk projects force outward through the gaze, force may theoretically be projected inward, pulling the target's magical energy along the bridge rather than pushing the Basilisk's energy across it. Harry read it again. And again. His brain was working, turning the concept over, examining it from angles, connecting it to things he already knew. He's describing a reversal, Harry said slowly. Instead of pushing the paralysis outward through eye contact, you pull the target's magic inward. Through the gaze connection. A drain, Daphne said. The theoretical framework is sound. The gaze creates a magical bridge. Normal use pushes paralyzing force across the bridge toward the target. Reversed use pulls the target's magical energy across the bridge toward you, pulling their magic out of them. In theory. Viridian never tested it, he wasn't a Basilisk Animagus, just a researcher. But the principle is documented. Harry's mind was racing. Voldemort is partially immune to the paralyzing gaze because our magic is connected. The shared soul fragment creates a resistance. My gaze can't push enough force through the bridge because his own magic pushes back. But a pull wouldn't encounter the same resistance, Daphne said, and her eyes were blazing with the particular light they got when she'd solved a problem. You wouldn't be trying to force power into him. You'd be pulling power out of him. The bridge works both ways, and the connection between you, the very thing that makes him resistant to your gaze, could become the channel through which you drain his magic. The silence that followed was profound. Could it work? Harry asked. In theory. The magical bridge created by your gaze, amplified by the scar connection, it's the most direct channel between your magical cores that exists. If you can reverse the flow, then I can weaken him. Drain his power. Even if I can't paralyze him, I can reduce him to something that can be beaten. Daphne nodded. Then her expression hardened with the pragmatic caution that kept their operations alive. But there are risks. Significant ones. You'd be pulling dark magic into yourself. Voldemort's magical signature is fundamentally corrupted, by the Horcruxes, by decades of dark magic, by the very nature of what he's become. Pulling that into your core could be catastrophic. The Phoenix Tears, Harry said. They balanced the Basilisk venom. They've been purifying and stabilizing my core for years. They could do the same to whatever I pull from Voldemort. Could. Not certainly. And if they can't, if the dark magic overwhelms the Phoenix energy, then I die. He said it flatly. Not with bravado, not with resignation. Just the clinical assessment of a tactical risk. Daphne's jaw tightened. Yes. But if I don't try, if we can't find a way to counter Voldemort specifically, then this war goes on. More people die. More families destroyed. He'll build his forces back up, develop countermeasures for the gaze, and eventually he'll find a way to neutralize me. And then there's nothing standing between him and victory. There's Dumbledore. Dumbledore's old, Daphne. He won't say it, but I can see it. The duel in the department took more out of him than he wants to admit. We can't count on him being the answer forever. She was quiet for a long time. Her hand found his, the cursed hand, the silver lines dim and stable, holding his scarred fingers with a grip that trembled almost imperceptibly. Then we train it, she said. We test it. Carefully. Methodically. And we don't use it until we're sure it won't kill you. Daphne, we don't use it until we're sure, Harry. Her voice cracked. Just slightly. Just enough to show what was underneath the strategist, the analyst, the Ice Queen, just a girl who loved someone and was terrified of losing him. Promise me. He pulled her close. Pressed his lips against her hair. Felt the serpent pendant warm against his chest. I promise. This time, he intended to keep it. August was for preparation. Harry trained the drain technique in isolation first, on conjured magical constructs in the Grimmauld Place basement, feeling the reversed gaze pull energy inward rather than push it outward. It was disorienting at first, like learning to breathe backward. His entire experience with the basilisk gaze was about projecting, pushing power out through his eyes. Reversing that flow required him to completely rethink his relationship with the ability. But it worked. The first time he successfully pulled magical energy through the gaze bridge, from a heavily enchanted training dummy, the rush was staggering. Foreign magic flooding into his core, raw and shapeless, immediately set upon by the phoenix tears and the basilisk power and his own native magic, broken down and absorbed like nutrients being digested. It left him dizzy. Buzzing. Slightly euphoric in a way that sent up immediate red flags. The energy absorption has an addictive quality, Daphne noted clinically, watching him from her observation post. She'd set up monitoring wards around the training area, magical sensors that tracked Harry's core stability in real time. Your endorphin levels spike during the pull. Be aware of that. Noted. I mean it. The last thing we need is you developing a magical energy addiction in the middle of a war. I said noted. They tested it on progressively more powerful constructs. Dummies enchanted with dark magic. Cursed objects that Sirius pulled from the Black Family collection, horrible things, dripping with generations of dark enchantment. Harry drained them all. The phoenix energy in his core handled the corruption, purifying, neutralizing, converting dark magic to raw power the way his body converted food to energy. It worked. It worked beautifully. But they needed a real test. A human magical signature, not a construct or an object. And that meant, absolutely not, Sirius said when Harry proposed it. Sirius, you want to test a magic draining gaze on me. A gaze that you've only ever used on inanimate objects. A gaze that could, by your own admission, potentially kill the target if overused. Sirius crossed his arms. No. I need a human test subject. The constructs don't have real magical cores, the interaction is different. I need to know how it feels to pull from a living wizard before I try it on Voldemort. Then use someone who's not your godfather. There's no one else I trust enough. The argument lasted 3 days. Sirius enlisted Lupin as backup. Harry enlisted Daphne, who made the tactical case with her usual surgical precision. Neville stayed neutral and made tea. In the end, it was Sirius who caved, not because Daphne's arguments won, though they were devastating, but because he looked at Harry and saw James. Saw the fierce, stubborn, impossible determination of a Potter on a mission. And he knew, as he'd always known about James, that there was no stopping it. Only channeling it. 5 seconds, Sirius said. You pull for 5 seconds and then you stop. If anything feels wrong, anything, you stop immediately. Agreed. They faced each other in the basement. Sirius stood 20 feet away, wand holstered, arms at his sides, his grey eyes meeting Harry's green ones with the absolute trust of a man who'd die for his godson without a moment's hesitation. Harry reached for the basilisk power. Let it rise. Let his eyes shift to gold, but instead of pushing the gaze outward, he reversed it. Opened the bridge between his eyes and Sirius's and pulled. Sirius gasped. The sensation through the bridge was immediate and vivid, Sirius's magic flooding toward Harry through the gaze connection, warm and wild and unmistakably serious. It tasted like freedom and reckless joy and ancient loyalty, and it was beautiful, and Harry had to fight the urge to pull more, deeper, faster, 5 seconds. He slammed the bridge shut. Let his eyes shift back. Staggered slightly as the absorbed energy integrated with his core. Sirius was swaying. Pale. His hands were shaking. Sirius, I'm fine. His voice was thin but steady. Just, dizzy. Like someone siphoned off about 10% of my energy in 5 seconds flat. He took a breath. Straightened. That's what you're planning to do to Voldemort? More. Much more. Through the scar connection, with the full basilisk gaze, I can pull harder and longer than that. Then God help him. Sirius's color was returning, his natural magic already replenishing what Harry had taken. Because that was 5 seconds and I felt like I'd been hit by the Hogwarts Express. If you do that to Voldemort for even a minute. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. The weapon was ready. Now they needed a battlefield. Voldemort gave them one. The attack came in early August. Not on Harry directly, Voldemort was too smart for that, too aware of the risk. Instead, he hit what he knew Harry would protect. Astoria Greengrass. Daphne's younger sister. 14 years old, spending the summer at the family estate in Wiltshire, unaware that she'd been selected as bait by the most dangerous dark wizard in history. The message arrived via Patronus, a silvery lynx that materialized in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place and spoke in Kingsley's deep, urgent voice, Death Eaters have attacked the Greengrass estate. At least 8 confirmed. They've taken hostages, Astoria Greengrass and possibly her mother. The Dark Lord himself has been sighted at the location. This is not a drill. Repeat, Voldemort is at the Greengrass estate. The kitchen went silent. Harry looked at Daphne. He'd never seen her afraid before. Not truly afraid, not the way she was now, her face white as bone, her cursed hand glowing silver with agitated energy, her composure shattered like glass against stone. This wasn't a tactical problem to be analyzed. This was her baby sister. It's a trap, Daphne whispered. He's using Astoria to draw you out. He knows about us, he must know about us, and he's using my sister as bait. Yes, Harry said. You can't go. It's exactly what he wants. You walk in there and I know what he'll do. Harry's voice was steady. The serpent power was awake, fully, completely, blazingly awake, and the fear it usually consumed was absent. In its place was something harder. Something colder. Something that looked at the strategic picture and the personal stakes and saw them converge into a single, inevitable conclusion. I'm going, he said. Harry, your sister is 14. She's in the hands of Death Eaters. Voldemort is there personally. If we don't go, she dies. If you do go, you might die. Maybe. He took her face in his hands. Gently. The way he'd held her cursed hand the first time, like something precious and fragile and worth everything. But I'm not going alone. And I'm not going without a plan. He looked around the kitchen. Sirius was already on his feet, wand out, Padfoot's wild energy crackling beneath the surface. Neville was standing, quiet and rock-solid, his jaw set. Tonks was strapping on her wand holster. Full team, Harry said. Daphne, I need you coordinating. Can you do that? For Astoria? The question was a lifeline. He was giving her something to do, a role, a purpose, a way to channel the terror into action. She saw it. Understood it. Seized it with both hands. Yes, she said, and the Ice Queen was back. Damaged but functional. Afraid but operational. Yes. I can do that. Harry turned to the team. This is different from every other mission. This is Voldemort. Personally. With his inner circle. In a prepared defensive position with hostages. Suicide mission, then, Sirius said cheerfully. Challenging mission, Harry corrected. Here's the plan. They arrived at the Greengrass estate at sunset. The manor was a beautiful old pile, centuries of wizarding architecture layered on top of each other, all pale stone and ivy and manicured gardens stretching out across the Wiltshire countryside. Under normal circumstances, it would have looked like something from a period drama. Tonight, with the dark mark floating above it like a green, glowing wound in the sky, it looked like a nightmare. The wards were down, shattered by the Death Eaters' initial assault. Smoke drifted from a second-floor window. The gardens were trampled, the front gates blasted open. Harry stood at the tree line, surveying the target through enhanced serpent senses. Heat signatures bloomed inside the manor, at least a dozen figures scattered across the ground floor, 2 more on the upper level, and one that burned so cold it almost wasn't there at all. Voldemort. His magical signature was like looking at a black hole, an absence that warped everything around it. He was in the main hall. Waiting. I count 12 Death Eaters on the ground floor, Harry murmured into the enchanted mirror. 2 on the upper level, probably guarding the hostages. And him. Center of the building. Daphne's voice came back immediately, filtered through the mirror's enchantment. She was at Grimmauld Place, monitoring multiple information streams, their mirror feeds, order communications, anything she could access that gave her a picture of the battlefield. Her voice was controlled, professional. Only someone who knew her as well as Harry did would hear the razor edge of fear underneath. Confirmed. Thermal signatures match order estimates. The 2 upper-level signatures are likely Astoria and Mrs. Greengrass with their guards. Harry, the main hall has been warded. Anti-apparition, anti-portkey, and something Snape described as a presence ward that alerts Voldemort to anyone entering. He'll know the second I walk in. He already knows you're coming. He set this trap for you. Then let's not disappoint him. Harry turned to the team. Tonks, upper level. Get to the hostages. Whatever it takes. On it. Tonks's face shifted, literally, her features rippling into those of a nondescript middle-aged woman, the kind of face that slid off your memory the moment you looked away. She disappeared into the shadows with the practiced ease of someone who'd been doing this for years. Neville, Sirius, ground floor. Take out as many of the 12 as you can before I engage Voldemort. Draw attention. Make noise. Making noise is my specialty, Sirius said, and shifted to Padfoot. The great black dog's eyes gleamed in the fading light. Neville drew his wand. We'll clear the wings. Drive them toward the main hall. Toward me. Yes. Any Death Eater who ends up in my line of sight goes down. Harry paused. But be careful. They know about the gaze. They'll have countermeasures, enchanted glasses, blindfolds, closed-eye combat. Let them try, Neville said, and his voice was quiet and hard and absolutely terrifying. Harry looked at the manor. At the dark mark above it. At the cold, black hole signature of the monster waiting inside. Daphne, he said into the mirror. I'm here. I love you. I know. Now go save my sister. Harry let the transformation begin. Not the full basilisk, not yet. The partial shift. Scales rippling across his skin, hardening to armor. His eyes blazing gold, pupils contracting to vertical slits. His senses expanding, sharpening, the world resolving into crystalline detail. The fear aura pulsed outward, a cold wave of primal terror that made the grass flatten and the nearby birds go silent. He walked toward the Greengrass estate. Alone. Because sometimes the weapon had to go first. He entered through the front door. Because subtlety had never really been his style, and because Voldemort already knew he was coming, and because there was something to be said for walking directly into a trap with your eyes wide open and your gaze hot enough to stop hearts. The entrance hall was dark. Grand staircase, marble floors, family portraits lining the walls, the Greengrass ancestors, who watched him pass with painted eyes full of aristocratic suspicion. The air tasted wrong, metallic, charged, thick with dark magic. Voldemort's presence saturated the space like a stain. Harry crossed the entrance hall, and the Death Eaters came for him. They emerged from doorways and alcoves, 4 of them, moving fast, wands out. They were trained. Disciplined. And they were wearing enchanted eyewear, dark glasses that covered their eyes entirely, spelled to filter out the paralyzing gaze. Snape's intelligence had been accurate. They'd developed countermeasures. Too bad Harry had developed countermeasures. The fear aura hit them first, the omnidirectional wave of primal terror that didn't require eye contact. All four stumbled. Their formation broke. Even through the enchanted glasses, even with their training, the lizard brain response to a basilisk's presence was overwhelming. Harry's wand came up. For stunners in rapid succession, precise, controlled, augmented by the serpent power's enhancement of his reflexes and aim. 3 connected. The fourth Death Eater dodged, managed a curse that Harry sidestepped with inhuman speed, and then Sirius, in Padfoot form, 150 pounds of black dog moving like a nightmare, slammed into the Death Eater from behind and drove him into the marble floor. "Show off," Harry muttered, and kept moving. The main hall was ahead. Double doors, dark wood, closed. Harry could feel Voldemort behind them, that cold, pulling absence, like standing at the edge of a cliff and feeling gravity try to claim you. He pushed the doors open. The Greengrass Manor's main hall was a ballroom. Vast, elegant, with a vaulted ceiling painted with scenes from wizarding mythology and a crystal chandelier that cast fractured light across the polished floor. Under other circumstances, it would have been beautiful. Tonight, it was a throne room. Voldemort stood at the center. Not sitting, standing, because Voldemort didn't sit. He existed vertically, like a blade, and the space around him warped with the weight of his presence. His red eyes burned in the dim light. His wand, yew and phoenix feather, brother to Harry's holly, hung loosely at his side. 2 Death Eaters flanked him. The last of the personal guard, hand-picked, the most fanatical, the ones who'd stayed when everyone else ran. They were blindfolded, relying entirely on magical senses and sound to fight. Extreme. Effective. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice was a caress of cold silk. The Basilisk King himself. "You honor me with a personal visit." Harry stopped 30 feet away. His golden eyes blazed. The scales on his skin caught the chandelier light and threw it back in dark rainbows. "Where are the Greengrass hostages?" Harry's voice carried the serpentine resonance, deep, layered, commanding. The 2 blindfolded Death Eaters shifted uncomfortably, and he could taste their fear through the air even though they couldn't see him. "Safe. For now." Voldemort tilted his head, a bird-like, reptilian gesture that reminded Harry uncomfortably that they shared more than a scar. "You came for them." Predictable. "You came alone." Foolish. "You came knowing this was a trap." Interesting. "I didn't come alone." As if on cue, the sounds of combat erupted from elsewhere in the manor, Neville and Sirius engaging the remaining Death Eaters in the wings, drawing them in, clearing the field. And from above, Harry heard a muffled explosion followed by Tonks's voice shouting a stunning spell, the hostage rescue, underway. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Just slightly. The first crack in the mask of supremely confident malice. "Allies," he said. "How touching. But they won't reach us in time. And they won't change what happens in this room." "No," Harry agreed. "They won't. This is between you and me." He let the serpent power rise. Fully. Completely. Not the partial transformation, not yet. Just the power, filling him from the core outward, lighting his eyes like furnaces, making the air around him shimmer with heat that wasn't heat but something older, something the world hadn't seen since the age of the great serpents. Voldemort felt it. Harry watched the Dark Lord's red eyes widen fractionally, not with fear, but with recognition. Because Voldemort was a Parselmouth too. Because Voldemort understood serpents in a way no other living wizard could. And what he was sensing from Harry right now was a power that dwarfed anything he'd felt from Nagini. "Magnificent," Voldemort breathed. "You've grown. The venom has matured in you. You're more serpent than the last time we met." "I am what you made me," Harry said. "The chamber. The basilisk. The venom. All of it traces back to you. And doesn't that make it mine?" Something hungry crossed Voldemort's pale face. My basilisk's venom in your veins. My chamber that housed it. My legacy that created you. You are a product of my magic, Potter. An unintended one, but mine nonetheless. No. Harry's voice was steel wrapped in serpent silk. I'm not yours. I never was. Not when you killed my parents. Not when you marked me. Not when your basilisk bit me. You created the conditions, but I made the choices. Every night of training. Every hour of practice. Every time I chose restraint over killing. That's mine. The two blindfolded Death Eaters shifted, and Harry felt them preparing to strike, gathering magical energy, readying spells, waiting for Voldemort's signal. Voldemort smiled. That terrible, lipless, corpse-white smile that didn't reach his red eyes. Philosophical differences aside, I believe I have something you want, and you have something I want. The prophecy's destroyed. I don't want the prophecy. I want you. Alive. On my operating table. The secrets of the basilisk transformation extracted from your magical core for my study and replication. The casual horror of it, the clinical, matter-of-fact way he described it, like a researcher discussing a specimen, made Harry's stomach turn. That's not going to happen. We'll see. Lucius? Rodolphus? The blindfolded Death Eaters moved. Fast, faster than they should have been able to while blind. Their magical senses were honed to razor sharpness, tracking Harry by the serpent power's emanation, by his breathing, by the displacement of air as he moved. Harry's wand came up. The duel exploded. 3 against 1. The blindfolded Death Eaters attacked from the flanks while Voldemort held the center, and they worked with the ruthless coordination of soldiers who trained for exactly this scenario. Curses from 3 directions, timed to limit Harry's ability to dodge, designed to corral him, pin him down, exhaust him. Harry fought back with everything he had. Wand magic enhanced by serpent reflexes, shield charms cast in microseconds, counter curses returned with pinpoint accuracy, movement patterns that were more serpentine than human, flowing and coiling and striking. His scaled skin deflected glancing hits that would have torn normal flesh. The fear aura radiated from him in waves, degrading the blindfolded Death Eaters' focus. They couldn't see him to be affected by the gaze, but the aura worked on a deeper level, and their casting rhythm stuttered. But Voldemort was another matter entirely. The Dark Lord fought with a lazy, devastating grace that made 3-on-1 look like overkill. Each spell was perfectly placed, perfectly timed, perfectly powered. He wasn't trying to kill Harry, not yet. He was hurting him. Testing him. Gauging his limits. A cutting curse slipped past Harry's shield and drew a line of fire across his shoulder. The scales took the worst of it, but blood welled where the scale pattern was thinnest, and the pain was a cold reminder that he wasn't invulnerable. Daphne, Harry gasped into the mirror. Status. Tonks has the hostages. Both alive. Neville and Sirius have cleared 9 of the 12 ground floor targets. You're running out of time, Voldemort's stalling. He's waiting for reinforcements. Reinforcements. Of course. The trap wasn't just the hostages, it was the location, prepared, warded, with more Death Eaters on the way. No more stalling, then. Harry made the decision in a fraction of a second, the way all the important decisions in his life had been made, not with careful deliberation, but with the instinctive certainty of someone who'd run out of options and found, in the void beyond them, a single bright thread of possibility. He stopped fighting. Not defensively, he kept the shield charms up, kept dodging, kept moving. But he stopped attacking. Stopped casting offensive spells. The Death Eaters and Voldemort pressed forward, sensing weakness, and Harry looked at Voldemort. Not the paralyzing gaze. Not the fear aura. The drain. He opened the bridge between their connected magical signatures, the scar, the soul fragment, the shared serpent blood, and he pulled. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Voldemort's magic, dark and vast and ancient, lurched toward Harry through the bridge like water through a broken pipe. The Dark Lord staggered. His wand arm dropped. His red eyes went wide with shock and something that Harry recognized with savage satisfaction, pain. For the first time in decades, Lord Voldemort was in pain. "What?" Voldemort gasped. His voice cracked, actually cracked, losing its smooth, modulated control. "What are you doing?" Harry pulled harder. The energy flooding through the bridge was unlike anything he'd experienced. Sirius's magic had been warm and wild. This was cold and dark and heavy, saturated with decades of the darkest magic imaginable. It crashed into Harry's core like a black tide, and the phoenix tears met it head-on. Light and dark. Healing and destruction. Fawkes's golden warmth against Voldemort's frozen malice. The clash was agonizing. Harry's body convulsed, every muscle seizing, every nerve firing, his magical core becoming a battlefield between forces that had been at war since before he was born. The scales on his skin flickered, appearing and disappearing, his transformation destabilized by the internal chaos. But the phoenix energy held. It didn't just hold, it won. The golden warmth ate through the dark magic like fire through shadow, purifying, neutralizing, converting each corrupted fragment into raw power that fed back into Harry's core. And Voldemort was diminishing. Harry could see it. Could feel it through the bridge. The Dark Lord's magical signature, that vast, cold, black hole presence, was shrinking. Being pulled away, piece by piece, through the connection that Voldemort himself had created 15 years ago in a nursery in Godric's Hollow. The blindfolded Death Eaters had frozen, not from the gaze, but from confusion. Their master was gasping, staggering, his face contorted in a rictus of agony and disbelief. The most powerful dark wizard in history was being drained, and they didn't know how to respond. Harry helped them decide. Without breaking the drain on Voldemort, he swept his golden gaze across the two Death Eaters. The enchanted glasses they wore filtered the paralyzing effect, but the glasses were designed for the push gaze, not the pull. The drain bypassed the filters entirely, and while the Death Eaters weren't connected to Harry through a scar, the massive power flowing through his core made the paralyzing gaze exponentially stronger. Both Death Eaters dropped. Rigid. Frozen. Their blindfolded faces pointed at the ceiling. Now it was just Harry and Voldemort. The Dark Lord was on his knees. On his knees. The most feared wizard in the world, kneeling on the ballroom floor of the Greengrass estate, his red eyes locked on Harry's golden ones, unable to look away because the bridge was bidirectional and the connection held them both. "You can't," Voldemort's voice was a whisper. A thread. "This power is mine." "No," Harry said, and his voice was the voice of the Basilisk, deep and resonant and carrying the weight of something ancient and implacable. "It was never yours. You stole it. From the people you killed, the magic you corrupted, the soul you shattered into pieces. You stole everything you have." He pulled harder. Voldemort screamed. And Harry felt something come loose. Not magic. Something else. Something small and dark and parasitic, lodged in Harry's scar like a splinter, woven into the fabric of his magical core for 15 years. The soul fragment. The piece of Voldemort's soul that had lived in Harry since the night his parents died. The thing that had connected them, that had caused the visions, that had let Voldemort into Harry's mind. The drain was pulling it free. Harry felt it tear loose with a pain that made everything before it feel like a gentle breeze. White-hot, all-consuming, centered on his scar, radiating outward through every nerve and bone and cell. He screamed, couldn't help it, and the sound was half human and half basilisk, a roar that shattered the chandelier and cracked the painted ceiling. The soul fragment ripped free of his scar and traveled down the bridge between them, back to its creator, back to the shattered hole it had been torn from. And as it went, Harry felt something extraordinary, freedom. The connection that had defined his life, the constant, subtle pressure of another presence in his mind, the tainted link to the darkest wizard alive, snapped clean. Like a chain being cut. Like a door being closed for the last time. The scar went silent. For the first time in 15 years, Harry's mind was entirely his own. Voldemort collapsed. Flat on the ballroom floor, his white face gray, his red eyes dimmed to a dull pink, his body trembling with the aftershock of having a soul fragment violently reabsorbed. He was still alive, still magical, still dangerous, but diminished. Fundamentally, permanently diminished. The drain had taken a third of his magical core, and the returned soul fragment was wreaking havoc on what remained. Harry stood over him. Golden eyes blazing. Scales gleaming. Blood dripping from the wound on his shoulder and from his scar, which had opened along its length and was weeping freely. He could end it. Right now. Full gaze, no filter, and Lord Voldemort would be dead. The war over. The monster gone. The serpent power urged him to do it. Every predatory instinct, every ancient drive, every raw survival imperative screamed, kill the threat. Eliminate the danger. End it. Harry looked at Voldemort. At the broken, diminished thing on the floor. At the red eyes that were wide with terror, genuine, mortal, human terror, the emotion that Tom Riddle had spent a lifetime trying to transcend and couldn't. I could kill you, Harry said quietly. Right now. A single look. You know I can. Voldemort said nothing. His mouth worked soundlessly. But I'm not going to. The serpent power screamed at him. The predator roared. Every instinct, every drive, every rational calculation said finish it now, because that's the difference between us, Harry said. You take. You destroy. You kill because you can, because you want to, because it's the only kind of power you understand. But power isn't just about what you can do. It's about what you choose not to do. He raised his wand. Stupefy. The stunning spell hit Voldemort squarely in the chest. The Dark Lord's eyes rolled back. His body went limp. And it was over. Not entirely, of course. Wars don't end clean. They trail off in ragged edges and loose threads and the slow, painful work of putting broken things back together. Voldemort's body was secured by the Order, bound, warded, and transported to a holding facility that Dumbledore had prepared specifically for this eventuality. The remaining Horcruxes, Dumbledore had identified them during the summer, working from intelligence that Harry's severed connection had ironically made easier to verify, were hunted down and destroyed over the following weeks. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. Nagini. Each destruction weakened Voldemort further, even in his unconscious, captive state. The magical backlash of a Horcrux being destroyed rippled through what remained of his core, and without the vast reservoir of stolen magic he'd accumulated over decades, the magic that Harry had drained, he had nothing to absorb the damage. By the time the last Horcrux was destroyed, Tom Riddle's magical core was essentially gone. Not dead, his body still functioned, his mind still worked, but magically null. A Muggle. The worst punishment the wizarding world could have devised for the man who'd built his entire identity on magical supremacy. The Ministry took custody. A trial was held, brief, decisive, and public. Albus Dumbledore testified. Harry Potter testified. 17 survivors of Voldemort's violence testified. Azkaban. Life. No possibility of parole. The cells had been specially modified. No magic could exist within them. For Tom Riddle, who had feared death above all things, this was something worse, a life without the power that had defined him. Harry didn't watch the sentencing. He was at St. Mungo's, visiting Hermione, who was recovering from Dolahov's curse and was furious that she'd missed the final battle. You could have told me, she said for the 14th time, propped up on hospital pillows, her bushy hair wild and her brown eyes blazing. About the basilisk. About all of it. I would have helped. I know, Harry said. I should have told you sooner. I was scared. Of what? That you'd look at me differently. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. Harry. You turn into a giant magical snake and paralyze bad guys with your eyes. That's the most fascinating thing I've ever heard. I've got about 600 questions and I'm going to need access to your training notes and Daphne's tactical analyses and everything Viridian wrote about the gaze mechanism. This is a once-in-a-millennium magical phenomenon and you've been studying it without me for months and I'm deeply offended. Harry laughed. Relief and love and gratitude all tangled together in his chest. I'll give you everything. All of it. You'd better. And I want to see the full transformation. Deal. Ron, sitting on the other side of Hermione's bed, had been characteristically quiet during this exchange. He'd taken the Basilisk revelation with the stunned silence of someone processing information too large for immediate reaction, followed by a period of what Harry could only describe as intense, private recalibration. Then he'd said, "So when Malfoy was being a git on the train and your voice went all weird, that was the snake thing?" "Yeah." "And the rat at the Dursleys?" "Yeah." "And the reason you've been sneaking out all year and lying about it?" "Yeah." Ron had stared at him for a long time. Then he'd nodded once, firmly, as if settling a long internal debate. "Okay," he'd said. "I'm angry that you didn't tell me. I'm hurt. And I get it. But we're going to talk about it properly, yeah? Not just you apologizing and me saying it's fine. Actually talk." "Yeah, Ron. We'll talk." "Good. Also, can you paralyze Malfoy? Just once. As a favor to me?" "I'll think about it." The summer faded into autumn. September arrived with its familiar golden light and Hogwarts-bound trains, and the wizarding world settled into the unfamiliar sensation of peace. It was a fragile peace. Voldemort's remaining followers were still being rounded up, the political landscape was still shifting, and the scars of 2 wars didn't heal overnight. But it was peace. Real, tangible, hard-won peace. And for the first time in living memory, the dark seemed to be truly receding. Harry returned to Hogwarts for his 6th year. It was bizarre, walking back into the castle as a regular student, or as regular as a student who could turn into a basilisk could be, after a summer of hunting Death Eaters and dueling the Dark Lord. The disconnect between teenager who has homework and weapon that ended a war was jarring. But Hogwarts had a way of normalizing things. Within a week, Harry was sitting in classes, eating in the Great Hall, playing Quidditch. Umbridge's lifetime ban had been overturned faster than you could say, ministry reversal, and navigating the social dynamics of a school that now contained students who worshipped him, students who feared him, and students who just wanted to know if the I thing worked on blast-ended scroats. Daphne was there. Obviously. Their relationship had been public since the ministry battle, impossible to hide after multiple order members and a roomful of Death Eaters had seen them fighting side by side. The school's reaction was mixed. The Gryffindors were confused, he's dating a Slytherin. The Slytherins were outraged, she's dating Potter. The Ravenclaws were analytically fascinated, what are the statistical implications for inter-house relations? And the Hufflepuffs were supportive, good for them. Harry didn't care about any of it. He cared about the way Daphne's hand fit in his as they walked through the corridors. He cared about the way she looked at him, not at the Basilisk King, not at the boy who lived, but at Harry. The boy with messy hair and crooked glasses who'd grown scales in a dark attic and been terrified of himself before he'd been terrified of anything else. "You're staring," she said one evening in the room of requirement. They were lying on a conjured sofa, her head on his chest, a book of magical theory propped on her stomach, his arm around her shoulders. The room was configured as something warm and comfortable, more living room than training ground. They didn't train here anymore. They just existed. Together. "I'm looking. There's a difference. The difference being, staring is passive. Looking is active. When I look at you, I'm choosing to see you. All of you. And I'm choosing to be seen. She set the book aside and looked up at him. Her pale blue eyes, the eyes that had studied him in a library and called his golden gaze beautiful and never once flinched, softened in that way that was only for him. That might be the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me, she said. And I include the time you told me you loved me while I was running tactical coordination during a hostage rescue. Timing was off on that one. Timing was perfect. You just have unconventional delivery. He kissed her. Slow and warm and with none of the desperate urgency of their first kiss in the room of requirement. This was different. This was settled. The kind of kiss that happened between people who'd survived the worst together and come out the other side holding hands. When they pulled apart, Daphne placed her hand over his heart. The cursed hand, with its silver tracery, dimmer now, calmer, the destructive force held in check by the regular infusions of phoenix energy that had become as natural to them as breathing. It's not getting worse, she said quietly. The curse. Since you started the stabilization treatments, it's not getting worse. I know. Healer Ashworth at St. Mungo's says the progression has halted entirely. She's never seen anything like it. She wants to study the mechanism. Let her. If it can help other people with curse damage, already arranged. I've drafted a research proposal with full documentation of our treatment protocol. She paused. I left out the part where the treatment involves the healing tears of a phoenix channeled through a Basilisk Animagus. Thought that might complicate the peer review process. Harry snorted. Probably wise. They lay there in comfortable silence. The room of requirement hummed around them, walls breathing gently, torches flickering, the magic of the castle itself seeming to hold them in a warm, protective embrace. Harry. What happens next? He thought about it. Not with the serpent power's predatory calculus or the tactical mind that Daphne had sharpened to a razor's edge. Just with the simple, human part of himself that had spent too long being afraid and too long being a weapon and was finally, learning to be something else. Whatever we want, he said. For the first time, whatever we want. Daphne smiled. Not the small, controlled smile of the Ice Queen. Not the fierce, battle-ready grin of the tactical coordinator. Just Daphne. Warm and real and his. I like the sound of that, she said. Years later, Harry would look back on the story of the Basilisk King and think about what it really meant. Not the battles. Not the paralyzed Death Eaters or the drained Dark Lord or the moment in the Department of Mysteries when he'd revealed his power to the world. Those were details. Important details, but details nonetheless. The real story was simpler than that. It was a scared kid in a dark attic, learning to control something that terrified him. It was a girl with a curse who looked at a monster and saw a person. It was a friend who heard giant magical death snake and said, "When do we start fighting?" It was a godfather who nearly died and decided to live, really live, for the first time in 15 years. It was the choice. Again and again and again, the choice not to kill. The choice to restrain. The choice to be more than the power that lived inside you. Harry Potter had the deadliest gaze in the wizarding world. He could end a life with a look. He could paralyze an army. He could drain the magic from the most powerful dark wizard in history. But the thing that made him the Basilisk King, the thing that made him Harry, wasn't any of that. It was the choice to look at the world with golden, serpentine eyes and see something worth protecting. And so he did. Every day. For the rest of his very long, very extraordinary life. With Daphne's hand in his. With Neville at his back. With Sirius's laughter echoing in the halls of a house that was finally a home. The boy who'd killed a rat in his aunt's garden and been terrified of himself. The man who'd learned that the most powerful thing you could do with a weapon was choose not to use it. The Basilisk King. Harry Potter. Same person. Always had been.